Morning, everyone, and welcome. We'll call to order the special budget meeting. Council this morning. So welcome, everybody. Is there any declaration of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof from anyone? Can be declared if it does arise at any time. We're here to discuss. Hopefully, by the time we're done, we'll have the draft 2025 budget West Gray set. That's my hope anyways of the day. And after the last meeting, we were to show up this morning after a second sober thought, wasn't it? Or was it just a sober thought? All right. Guess we can get down to business. Carrie, this is yours.
It's yours.
Your presentation. Maybe before we go, is there anybody online? Ashley, I should just ask. We're good? Okay. Carrie?
So on the first item, the budget summary sheet that you have there, it details all the various operating and capital compared to the prior year. The operating budget is up about 10.2% approximately from the tax levy, and the capital is about 2.2 approximately increase in the tax levy. The budget changes summary shows where we started and the different changes that we made at our various meetings. There is of note two increases that you had not had. We've received the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority budget. So there is additional funding required for our share of the Category 1 and Category 3 items. And there's also WECI funding, or WECI project, and our portion of that would be estimated at $25,000. So that wasn't included in the original draft at the end of our last November meeting, but it is incorporated into the numbers that are shown in the budget summary. And that's where we got to about 12.9% with that in there. One of the items that was asked was property tax comparisons. Let's pull it up. So in your package was the 2023. I was able to obtain a 2024 drafts report from the BMA study for 2024. Our ranking hasn't changed in that. We're still 7th in our Grey County comparators when we look at our average taxes, which is considered low in the study. And when we look at our overall wage, the grid comparator, the municipalities we use for the wage grid comparators, we are sitting at about 11th in the ranking when compared to that. I did pull out from the BMA study some further, it's not in your package, but the average income, average household incomes as well, and compared that as a ratio of the taxes to the average household income. And based on that, we're at about 2.6%, or we would rank 10th out of the 14 comparators when we look at that. So we're still, the affordability of our taxes doesn't change much compared to when we look at the average household income either. We've got the capital budget information in there, and then you do have the detailed departmental budgets. That was kind of about all the information. I'm not sure where we want to start or what your thoughts are today.
Everybody happy at 13.8? You're smiling down there, Councillor Hutchison, so. Doug, comment.
Mine said 12.9, you said 13.8, but is there another number there somewhere? It is. Sorry.
The 13.8 is looking at the operating budget increase year over year, but the 12.9 is the tax levy increase. So similarly, if you look at the capital, the increase in the tax levy required for capital year over year is an increase of 13.7%. But when we look at that based on the tax, the percentage increase of the tax levy, it's about 2.2% more from the tax levy for that. It's just when you look at the total number. So, but yeah, the tax levy increase right now is at 12.9.
Go ahead.
So 12.9, what does that look like in terms of an average assessment in dollars and cents?
That I have not been able to calculate yet. The assessment values for next year have just been released, but I didn't get a chance to look at the actual tax dollar levy impact at this point.
And where are we with the county? Because sometimes the county helps when they combine it, sort of thing, to what it looks like. But do we know where the county is at?
County budget will be, it's going to be done on Friday the 13th. Sounds like a lucky day. Right now, the county is at about 3.6, 3.8% increase. One caveat on that, there's a road rationalization study and the funding distribution and whatnot is not included. It might be closer to 4%, but you can say somewhere between 3.5 and 4%, right? With that in mind, combined ratio carry ain't using, just pull a number out of a hat, but that would probably drop us a point or two. A point. Yeah. So it probably still only gets down to 12, somewhere between 11 and 12. Further, maybe.
And there's the education rate, which we don't know anything on that yet, do we? The education rate.
The education rates haven't been released yet, but the last several years they've been revenue neutral. So there's possibly a little bit of room there, but that's where the county may eat up a lot of that, and that you won't get much in the overall because the county is also increasing.
Anybody else? Thoughts before we start? I was hoping we could go through budget by budget. As we left it the last time, a couple of weeks ago, it was, all right, this is where we're at. Let's come back. Take a look at that with open eyes and open mind and see what we can come up with. Everybody prepared to do that? All right. I think, Carrie, you've got it here. All the budgets are here. Or do you want to go through the 2025 changes? What's the preference? No preference. Let's go budget by budget. Uh, We have those. There is number 12 is the combined. You hit on that, and that's the council budget, council draft budget. After taking a look at it, is there anything in there that? And this one is, if I'm reading it correctly, Carrie, 3.5% increase. A lot of that will be, the majority of it obviously will come from this. 100% of it will come from just a grid adjustment or wage line adjustment. We added two on the wage, 1.9, not 2.0. 1.9, which give us that 9,300. Any thoughts on that? We could keep everyone at 3.5 would be pretty good. All right, let's step down then. Admin and corporate. The change in here comes up to, I'm reading that correctly, about 401,000. There. There's nothing in here on one that kind of caught me. Land sales. Sale of land in 2023 actual we had. Do we never budget for that, Carrie?
No, I haven't budgeted for it. We don't have like, oh, yep, we've got a list of all of this for sale. It always sort of comes up. And previous direction from council was anytime there was land sales, it would get transferred into the capital reserves. And that is one of the only ways that we've been able to save some monies in the capital reserve that we've been using over the years.
Yep. Anything else in there in the bin? Joyce?
I know staff probably wouldn't appreciate me saying this, but I don't know, bringing it from 1.9 to 1.5% increase overall. How much would that make a difference in the overall tax levy? That 0.4%.
On the wages,
Mhm.
um, About $19,000. Plus the corporation.
So overall, that doesn't make a big impact. Like I'd even be willing, I don't know about the rest of council, just keeping our levy or our increase just status quo with 2024, like not giving ourselves that 3.5% increase, but that's me.
You're looking at council?
Yeah, just
So
like
you're-
with the 1.5 plus council just staying status quo for as we are in 2024.
So the
But I mean,
council,
I-
yeah, the council increase is about $6,800. That's what you're talking there.
So at that 12.9, what would that reduce it to then?
12.9. It's not enough to.
It's not going to make any impact. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. They might be on YouTube.
Sorry, for the legal challenge that we have in ongoing in 2024, that's has been unfinanced in 2024. It's showing up in the 2025 as to what it's costing us.
Yes, so if you look at the first document, the budget summary, you'll see at the bottom, prior year deficit offset of $459,494. So that is the estimated deficit that we're carrying forward. The funding that through the estimated growth, and we had a $263,000 increase in our OMPF funding. So I'm also using that to fund our deficit that we're carrying forward for that, what we've spent, or estimated to spend by the end of 2024. It's not really taken into account 2025. Not sure.
So there's, I guess that's the question I'm asking. There's nothing in the 2025 to cover off the hospital
Not significant
legal
amounts.
battle. It would be, as in 2024, it's unfunded in this. So none of that's being shown in the 2025 budget at the present moment. Growth and that, so we're cutting ourselves, but it is, that's where that is coming from. So out of that 401,000, none of that is showing in the 2025 budget. That's other costs, not the legal costs. Okay. Is there anything in there that anybody wants to take a look at? Carrie, I'll start. The loan for the land of the police station ambulance at the corner here in Bruce, it's showing an increase. Is that a floating rate or what's that gone up?
It also includes construction loan payments, so I do not have that money in my
Okay.
bank account, so I need to get advances until we do final financing, so I have to pay interest on the construction.
Yeah, that's where that's coming from. Thank you. Anything else? Does anybody have an idea where we want to end up today? Because if nobody's offering any suggestions on cutting anything here, then we're quite happy to stay where we are and so we'll adjourn the meeting and go home. Joyce. Councilor New.
Economic development showing a 44.3% increase. Is that just allowing for the initial startup for that position in 2025? Like it seems high. Or what other factors that? Is it just because it's new? I'm on the first page, the departmental increases. Sorry.
Yes, that's the addition of the economic development officer for part year.
And as part of it, the county's not throwing in the 20,000 anymore as well too. Yeah. Yes, go ahead, Joyce.
If we took that out of the equation, how much of an impact does it make on that 12.9% increase?
Point two.
Gets us down to 12.7.
Decreasing this down to single digits, that's a good idea. Really know that. But before we get into economic development, let's try and stay with the admin where we're at right at the present moment. No, that's fine. No problem, Joyce, but yeah, we're on that admin. Is there anything in here at this point in time? Then get to that economic development. It's not a heck of a lot, but computer expenses. What? Updating computers or it's 15,000 increase.
So that is that is our network maintenance, security. We are beefing up some of our security in our network administration contract. As you may see in the news, several municipalities have had breaches, so we are doing a few additional enhancements to protect our data and network. So that's part of that contract. And then there's the regular contracts for the maintenance contracts for just our general ledger software, file hold software, any of our document, that type of thing. Or if there's, it's not actually computers, that's on the capital side to actually buy computers. But the line that you're looking at is just our regular contracts with our software.
Doug.
If we're just looking under the revenues under admin corporate, it shows that there's no income coming in from the leasing of the Lamlash office anymore. I know we stopped that. So if we're not going to gain money there, and I mean, this isn't going to solve our problem today, but thoughts are, why aren't we selling that building if we're to recoup some costs if we're not going to rent it? It's just sitting there doing nothing. Why aren't we putting it up for auction or get rid of it?
Right now, we do have it advertised for lease, but we do not have an active tenant at the moment.
Michelle as well.
Thank you. And related to Lamlash Hall specifically, we will be, as part of our rec master plan next year, looking at usage data. We will be looking at costs. We will be doing some building condition assessments on some of our buildings. So that will come back comprehensively to look at where there might be opportunities to perhaps downsize or relinquish some of our facilities if that's an option council wants to consider.
Further, Doug?
But I think we're talking two different things here. We're not like there's Lamlash Hall, but there's also Lamlash Office, which used to be rented to the natural resources or land force. So it's that office part that's sitting there that maybe we can recoup some costs if we get rid of it. So just a thought for the future.
And it doesn't always get it backwards, but I think it shares a septic or well with the hall and the parking lot. So it's just, not that it can't be done, but there is additional complications before we could divest ourselves entirely of the office part. It would be, how does it, because there is some shared, and I can't, escape me which one's which, but it's either the septic or the well that is shared at that location.
I think it's the well. But we're still showing $4,500 in there on revenue.
That is the farmland that we rent. On Newstead.
Okay. Anything else? Nice that we're generating more revenue, there's more people getting married. Matter of fact, right, this, in these chambers, Amy. Well, that'll help out. I said the legal for the hospital battle, legal challenge that we're having there is not included in here, but we have $25,000 extra in expense for corporate legal.
So that's all you have funding towards that.
I guess that's, I thought, there's nothing in, nothing in the 2024. There's nothing in the 2025, as we just
Yeah.
talked about.
Yeah.
It would be unfinanced. Yet we have 25,000 extra, so that is,
So that's all we've got
Fine.
financed towards any legal that you happen to need if it's,
no, we got 50,000. in there.
Yeah.
25,000 extra. Over the last number of years, how have we been on it? Is that 25,000, is it 25, or is it 50,000 on corporate legal?
probably closer to 25, but unless if you're continuing with your legal battle with the hospital, it will not even touch that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And so it's something that's unfinanced since 2024. And they've been using our growth to cover that. So if we're gonna leave that, do we leave the 25,000 in there and go that way? Or say, I guess it's 25,000 that for our average corporate legal, 25,000 is Jamie's doing title searches through the clerks, different things like that. 25,000 is enough. We're adding 25 in there to cover off some of the thoughts of this hospital legal challenge. but we know it's probably gonna be more like 200,000. And we would have to use our growth to cover that off anyways. And this is 25,000. Can we take that out? How comfortable are you with that, Carrie?
Entirely up to yourself. You have more growth if you don't, next year, if you don't have to fund it. It's just a matter of timing of when you want to finance it. At some point, we need to pay the piper, but it's just a matter of when.
Well, it's one spot where I did see where we could, instead of keeping that at the corporate and not the hospital legal challenge is a one-off. When we win it, of course, 75% of our costs are coming back to us anyways. Correct, Amy? 50% of our costs are coming back to us. I would like to see us take the 25,000 out and keep our corporate where it is. That way it doesn't get a gray area where that legal is coming from on this hospital fight. Any thoughts on that? Somebody should make a motion on that. Oh. Somebody should. Mr. Townsend.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we remove the $25,000 increase from the corporate legal costs line in the 2025 budget.
Seconder? The other Doug, Councillor Hutchison. Any further comments? Councillor Shea. and Tom.
So could you, Carrie, could you explain again where we're going to pay for these legal bills that we're going to have? If we don't pay it from here, we're going to have to pay it from somewhere else, right?
So if we end the year with a deficit, you need to fund that deficit. We're not, as municipality, allowed to carry it, to budget for deficits, so it will need to be funded should we run a deficit in that category and overall at the end of the year. So if there's any growth, it may help to offset it, because we're not budgeting for 100% of the growth, but if it's not sufficient, then we bring that forward and start 2026 with that amount, whatever it may be.
So we have budgeted something for growth.
I've used it to offset our estimated year-end deficit at 2024, and largely because of the legal where we're at so far. So it's just pulling that in, offsetting that. So 2026, the growth there would need to be capitalized and not used for other purposes. We'd have to also use that to fund any deficit from our legal in 2026. So I've used 2025s to fund where we're at in 2024. 2026, the growth would need to be captured to fund any deficit from 2025.
So we're reducing our 2026 revenue.
Yeah.
By doing this.
Yeah.
So we're not really saving anything.
No, exactly. And that's just a timing of, okay, or the 25,000 wasn't going to be enough to fund the full amount by any means, but it was something, but it's just a timing thing of when you want to use that growth, have the ability to use the growth for other purposes. But right now, it's used up by the legal battle.
Okay, thank you.
Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, we got a motion on the floor, but we're gonna motion each one of these Or do we just want to, do we run a tab down and see where we're at? And make a list and then go back to all of them? Because if we put this item back in, we're gonna have to, it's just a generic question for, I just want to understand what, is it an easier process to maybe go through the whole thing and pick out several ones and then motion each one at the end to see where we landed?
That's a Jamie question.
I know it is, and that's where I went through you, sir, to Jamie.
Thank you, Mayor Eccleston, through you. It depends on council's wish on how you want to proceed with this. You can do them individually. That will provide you with a running tally. You'll see specifically where you're at with each of those things removed or reduced. If you want to just pull items and then have discussions on that and then talk about them as they come up, you can do that too. It's totally council's prerogative as to how you want to proceed with this.
Right, okay, so I guess, just so I'm clear, I may have asked the question wrong there, clerk, again, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess what I'm saying, we motion each item, but if we took each item and just, okay, let's make up a running tab and we'll know, we have a pretty good idea. And then we can, either vote on them there at that. I'm just saying, if we vote on them now and then we turn around, get down deeper into it, and then we want to put them back in. So I'm just trying to figure out the fast track or the easiest way to get to that.
Through the mayor to Deputy Mayor Hutchison, we can't do anything by consensus. So if you want to remove something, rather than just saying yes, we'll put a pin in that and hope to remove it later. That wouldn't really be the most appropriate way of doing it. If something is taken out and council wants to reconsider it, we can always do that. So there's a procedural way that we can get around that. So I wouldn't worry about that.
Thank you. I'm just looking for the easiest way to, so we're spending quality time here for what we're trying to do. So thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion or questions on this? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right. Councillor Hutchison, go ahead.
Just point of clarification, just below that, corporate costs, grants for healthcare, 1385, that, I believe that's the grant to the Markdale Hospital, which is we moved from, our, grants to organizations into here now, right? Is that correct? Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, direction last year was to split the two, healthcare out of regular grants to organizations. So we just took the same total dollar amount and split that. If you want any changes, now's the time to direct us otherwise.
Real no change there. It's just, yeah, just split it. Anything else? Joyce?
The appreciation day, based on the 2,500, I mean, you're showing actual for 2023 was less than what was budgeted. We don't know what 2024's is, but you've already increased it another 2,500. I'm just inquiring why, maybe reducing that back to 2,500. It's just a thought.
We reinstituted this year the Christmas dinner. So then also with that is some of the service awards in there. So if we don't do the dinner, then we'd need it for the award, the service awards potentially. Depends on, some years there's a few more awards than others, but it was also, we've tried different things over the years with some barbecues and different things, but the more formal Christmas party was reinstated as well.
Jeff?
The contract labor's $71,000. It's sort of cut off on my version. It says HR consult. I guess that,
Yeah, so that's the HR consultant, the first year of, instead of an HR position, staff position, was to utilize a consulting firm to get our policies and procedures and things up to par, if you will. And then in 2026, it would be rolled into a staff position.
and that's not work that a staff person could do? Getting policies and procedures up to,
Thank you. If I may, our policies and procedures are very out of date and we've analyzed it, and at the rate we would likely hire if council continues to keep the HR position in for 2026, we would only likely be hiring a coordinator. So they wouldn't be likely versed in latest legislation and in-depth policy analysis. So we think it's a better return on investment to go with an expert to provide that basis of municipal policy related to this, and then move into a staff position to deal with ongoing HR matters.
there was an interesting article on the TPO website the other day about the cost of building transit in Canada, and said that the cost is roughly 10 times what it costs when compared to building transit in Europe. And it's because Canadian municipalities who are responsible for transit are overly reliant on consultants to the tune of, I don't know, Mr. Mayor, but I wonder if we could have a discussion about consultants at some point. I'm wondering if that, I'm wondering if we couldn't rethink that consultant position and the updating of our long out of date policies and procedures. Maybe let them stay out of date for an additional year, and perhaps train the new HR person to be able to do that sort of work in-house. Just bring that up for discussion.
Yeah, I guess it's something Michelle will probably defend here. Go ahead.
Thank you. From a cost point of view, the money we put in for a consultant in year one to get that foundation is less than it would cost us for an HR person by the time you add in benefits, et cetera. So we actually thought this would be the most financially prudent way to get top quality policies in place. And then moving forward, have a dedicated staff person to coordinate and administer those policies and all of our additional HR matters that need to be dealt with.
We want to discuss it further, or? Joyce, go ahead, Joyce.
Well, in addition to that, could we not rely on neighboring policies and procedures to kind of tweak it for our own needs rather than starting right from zero? Just a thought. I know previous year's experience, my previous director of infrastructure, that's how we would kind of reach out for policies and procedures in the past, and it worked, but now it seems we always have to rely on consultants to do it for us. So it's just another thought to getting that information.
Joe?
I actually have a number of stripped down employee policy manuals for municipalities that I had actually suggested that we consider doing. And with all the changes to employment legislation, et cetera, I've been advised by a number of consultants now, bearing in mind, do they have a vested interest in it? But that it takes as long for them to review and update as just giving us their expertise and say, here are some things, and you review them and tell us what makes sense for your organization or not. So we have done a lot of analysis on this, and the idea was actually to spend a little less money in 2025 to provide us a solid foundation and then move forward with in-house resources beyond that.
Yep, go ahead.
My thoughts with that was that that person hired for HR would take those outside policies and procedures and tweak it, not a consultant revitalizing someone else's policy. It would be an in-house that I was thinking. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And if that's council's wish, we can certainly put out for a in-house staff in 2025, but it would be more than the $70,000 that's in there this year for consulting.
Doug?
Well, I think we're further ahead to go the route that staff is recommending with the consulting, HR consulting. They've got the stuff already done. They have the expertise. They're simply going to, for the most part, use that, give us a package then that we can maintain and run with, I believe is the idea of where we're going with this. And I know in my dealings with another company that actually uses an outside HR consultant, it actually works quite well and actually, I won't say saves us money than having an in-staff person, but they are the experts in this. They live, eat and breathe this stuff every day, where we've got to hire somebody. They've got to get up to speed on this stuff, like, to hire somebody that could hit the road running with this stuff. As Michelle said, we're probably spending more than the 71.5. And then they still got to create everything, where this way we're going to get something already created, then that we can just maintain and run with from 2026 on. Just my thoughts.
Anything else on that? The nice part about it is it looks like they're gonna cut the grass too, this individual at the lot down there. In that, multitask contract labor. Tom?
Mr. Mayor, for you to, Director Mayton, what's our uptake now in the grants to organizations? Is that always flushed out and maxed every year? Request?
Last year was our first year under the new program or policy, and it was fully allocated in your first round of review.
I know we've talked about this in the past. I just, are we in the business of grants? That's I've always questioned that. Where I understand the hospital and that side there, but and it's 16 and they're all local too, Carrie. That I remember filling in the questionnaires when we awarded it, but it was all local stuff for the most part. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it was all local.
Three Miracles, I think there were a couple that weren't from West Gray. They were organizing events or doing things that had a connection to West Gray. Most of the applicants were local though.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Yeah, so the two egg societies, 8 and 4-H, Benton Commons, and the art gallery organizations receive funding. Oh, and the Durham Hospital Foundation.
There could be reallocation there. Yeah. Go ahead.
So we did the plowing? I thought we didn't, for some reason, came in late or something, just as I recall. Or did we do that one? There was another one that was in late.
We did 11,700 to the Hospital Foundation, 1,000 to the Durham Ag Society, Normandy Newstead, Normandy Carrick Ag Society, 1,000. For 8 and 4-H leaders, 1,000. Bentic Palmas, 300. Durham Art Gallery, 1,000.
A number of those are more of a community engagement. Not make it further on down here. $16,000 in here for corporate donations. Yet we have a full community engagement administration. Is there any duplication in that? Any thoughts on that? Tom?
Well, I understand and I value everything that we're doing here, but I'm almost at the point now where, just looking at this, it goes on and on. I mean, we've got a lot of other big ticket items to do. And somewhere we're gonna have to start cutting some of these little nibbles that we do here and there. And this one I was just looking at, I just wondered if it was time to maybe depart with this. It's not gonna change or make a culvert or a bridge, but it's certainly going to help. And whether we gotta put that towards anything that's going on, because it's gonna continue with the roads and the bridges, that infrastructure is gonna be challenged. So, I'm almost thinking it's time maybe we consider removing the grants, and and I do sit on one of the recipients of it. So, we gotta work a little harder to fend for ourselves and figure out where to get the revenue stream. But that's where I'm kind of leaning. I just want to sit and think about it for a minute before, if I was to bring up a motion for it, Mr. Mayor.
Well, you put that one on your little maybe list there.
Yeah, well, just like I said.
And we'll go forward from there. Doug?
Just a question about the corporate cost transfer to capital. Started out, we're at 43,000 and went 75,000 and 250 in 2024, I think it was. We're putting 74,000 in this year. To get us 176. I'm just curious, can you explain why we jumped up so much, and do we need to put, I'm not sure, what kind of things do we using that money for? It's capital, but can you explain it, Gary?
So that's a $74,000 decrease in the revenue. And when you're looking at the 176, the amount that's going from the tax levy towards capital is down to 176,000. Last year it was 250. If you look at your capital sheet, that is going towards the police station, and there is also some computer upgrades that need to take place with Windows 11. Some of our devices are old and will no longer be supported with the Windows 11 transition. So that's the two items that it funds there. Yeah.
And again, in 2026, it drops to 50,000, Gary. Projected.
Which we will no longer, the police station will be fully financed and completed. And that is the biggest item there. Depending on what we will review capital, whether it's, again, additional computers or, if there's other items, that need to come forward. That's just the, estimated forecast showing that it would go down. Not anticipated to be as high.
Anything else in there? Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Director Mighton. The community garden, 5,000 that we talked about last meeting, is that in the line item for grants? Is that where that one falls under grants to organizations or a separate item on its own? Okay, thank you.
Not community initiatives. No, I don't see community initiatives. Okay. So we're taking a bit out of there. Anything else? Tom?
Well, based on, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and based on the further conversation with the clerk, that things can always be added back in. I would make a motion that we remove the line item grants to organizations. For now, like I said, circle back, but at least that's kind of the direction that I understood from the clerk. So I'd make that motion.
Okay. Seconder. Scott? Questions, Joyce?
Just to confirm though, that's not anything to do with the hospital. That's a separate line item now. Because Durham Hospital Foundation was in with that grants to organization.
Durham Hospital Foundation is still in with that grants to organizations.
Right, but not under
13th
the other line item. for
The other
Markdale.
line item is Markdale.
Okay, I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
I think I'm right on that, Carrie, right? The way you've got it separated.
Yeah, we pulled out just the Markdale pledge. The grants to organizations, it did include the Durham Hospital Foundation last year, but it is something that you would apply for every year. So your mix may change, but we did not increase the hospitals. When we split it, we only did the pledge. If you want to allocate more, but the foundation is also in flux at the moment.
Jeff?
Seems to me once or twice a year, we get people coming and doing really worthwhile delegations to us about things that they're doing in the community. And we say, we'd love to support you. You should apply for grants to organizations, which comes up, later in the year or the beginning of the next year. And we tell them that route is there. So if we take out grants to organization, then I guess we'll have to start entertaining those requests as they come in on a case-by-case basis. I have a feeling we'll continue to make the same amount of contributions. We'll just be doing it through a much less efficient and haphazard manner. I know that we have to try our best to get this budget down, but I don't think being miserly is the approach. The grants to organization is a tiny little amount that creates a fair amount of goodwill in the community from council and from the municipality. So I would say that, we should be looking at, bigger items if we're going to try and reduce this. Would this move the tax increase carry by more than 1/100%?
Yeah, it'd be 10.
Yeah, so with the removal of the 25,000 for the legal, you're at 2.7. So if we took out the 16.
12.7. 12.7. You said 2.7.
Oh, sorry, 12.7, sorry. Too many, sorry, yeah, 12.7, you'd be down to 12.6 with, if you took 16,000 out.
Okay. Doug Townsend first, and Doug Hutch.
All right, with the grants to community organizations, along the lines of what Councillor Shea is saying too, but it seems we keep getting the same ones in year after year after year. So if we were to keep it in, maybe they shouldn't be allowed to do it every year because some of them are becoming, I'm getting overruled here. But you know, they become dependent on it and build that into their budget that they're going to get $1,000 from us. So we should, as you say, either cut it off altogether or share the wealth throughout other organizations too.
Through Mayor Eccles, to Councillor Townsend's point, the grants to organizations policy does not preclude someone from applying year after year. So that would be a decision of council ultimately if they wanted to provide funds to the same group year after year outside of amending that policy to reflect that.
Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, and my concern with removing it at this point is we just changed some of our policies and procedures to make sure that people fill in an application. And I believe the application process is already in the mix. So people have already applied for next year, given thinking that there's money available. And now we're saying, whoops, no, there isn't any money available. So thanks for applying. So I think we would have to do it a year ahead if we're going to do something without offending people.
Okay, Councillor Nair. Joyce, go ahead.
I hope I'm not off topic with this, so, but part of that procedure for grants to organization is that those groups have to respond with how that money was applied as part of the process in order to be eligible for the next year. Have all those grants to organization provided some documentation as to how those funds were allocated?
We've received some final reports, but not all of them, but the year is not complete yet.
Jamie?
Through Mayor Eccles, just for clarity, the policy exists regardless of whether there's money in the budget to actually fund it or not. So regardless of whether or not council has money in the grants to organization budget, that policy would still be there. Ultimately, if there was a request that came in and there was no money available, staff would simply reply with, unfortunately, there's no money in the budget for grants to organizations for X year. Please check back in next year. So the policy will continue to exist regardless of whether there's money in that pot or not. And the policy would still need to be followed if someone was requesting funds.
No, yes, further? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I understand it's nibbles and it's 0.2, 0.3, and I, 0.00. I got all that. But there's nothing right in front of us that's gonna make a significant drop in this. So I think the way I'm approaching is we can't go after a great big ticket item. We're gonna have to take little bites here and get this down. It's 12.9, 12.7 where we're at. We gotta get it south of that. And that's my stance. And we can't fool around with any of our bridges and the infrastructure that we're facing right now. So, we've got to make some changes somewhere. And that's why I'm just looking at smaller items now to get it down. And then we'll have to consider circling back to a bigger ticket item and see if we can get it under the double digit. That's why I presented the proposal to put it on. Again, it can be, as Dirk said, it can be put back in. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. Anything further on that? Joyce?
I know the motion's already on the table, but it's just a consideration, just lowering that amount. Thank you.
Yeah.
To the deputy mayor's point, you said, nibble away at little bits here and little bits there, and then circle around to a big ticket item. Why don't we circle around to that big ticket item first and then see if we need to do any nibbling? I'm not sure what big ticket item you had in mind there, Tom. Clarification.
I don't have clarification. I'm sticking to what's in front of us now as we move through. So I'm not going to jump out of the actual topic that's before us. And as we move forward through the other sheets or spreadsheets, that we can address those. But I was just talking what's in front of us right now. I think it's where the conversation was. Thank you.
We've got the motion on the floor here. Moving that grants to organizations. Call the question and all those in favor? Any opposed? That motion's defeated. Nothing else in administration. I've asked a couple of times whether there was, Councillor Shea and Deputy Mayor Hutchison bring up a good point. Is there a big item in here that anybody wants to look at? Tom?
I'd like to have a conversation on the Edo position, the almost called 31,000. So that one there's I was listening to Madam CAO said wholeheartedly, very strongly in the last meeting that we could get the HR component in. Be more than happy because that's really what we need now because of all the legality behind that, and was more than willing to offer her services to work at her desk for at least moving forward next year. Just kind of get a plan, get a wholesome description around what that job title would be, what that person would actually do, and I guess more importantly, it's 31,000 next year, but when we get into 2026, that all of a sudden becomes a full complement, and we're gonna have to deal with that at that time. So that one there, I'd make a motion to remove that and just to support what Madam CAO said last meeting. Thank you.
Jamie?
Through Mayor Eccles, procedurally, this one is a little bit more complicated than just removing. So this will be a two-part motion essentially. Is in order to remove this, there were two motions presented at the last meeting of council on budget. One was to forego including this business case within the 2025 draft budget. That item was defeated, and a subsequent motion was made to approve the economic development officer business case as presented. So in order for council to remove that, we would have to first rescind the motion to include it or to approve the business case, and then do a motion to reconsider the motion to forego including it. So I'm happy to walk anyone through that if that motion is something that council wants to consider, but just putting that out there for your consideration.
Councillor Shea?
The motion to reconsider would have to be made by somebody who voted in favor of the initial motion. I don't know if that includes the deputy mayor.
That is correct. A motion to reconsider would have to be made by someone who voted on the prevailing side.
I'm gonna say that 30,000 is below the limit, the threshold of impactful. Overall, it may be impactful, but on a budget process, 30,000 is going to get us another 0.2. When I was saying something, I was looking at a six-figure number. If there was anything largely impactful. Does anybody have anything that's in a six-figure? Councillor Nguyen, Joyce?
I again would propose that we remove the 1-ton truck from the Glenelg that's been brought forward from the Director of Infrastructure. I realize he said that there's the need for safety and that he can't feel based on kilometers that moving those trucks around is beneficial, but the new additional is one extra fleet to the public works. It's not like we're replacing one, and there's additional insurance costs. So overall, it's going to impact more than just buying this piece of equipment. There's other things to factor. And I feel if we can just put it off for another year, we'll see what 2026 brings. But right now, I think we should pull that from the budget.
If I'm not mistaken, that's about 120, but there's some of it coming out of reserve and whatnot. What's the
Yeah.
impact of that?
The tax levy impact is 49,750. The total cost was 115,000, but a portion of that was coming from development charges reserves for new equipment.
So we'll hold on to that one too, Joyce. Please. Because we've got something that is in a six-figure town.
Okay, so this is exactly where it's landed. So with Councillor New bringing that forward, the 25 that we talked about earlier, the EDO position, now we're north of 100,000. That's what I'm saying. Those are three, and then you look at some other, but that's what I was trying to do all along was look at different ways to get, and I think it's 138, maybe a buck 40. I don't know, Director Mike could inform us, but to get 1% off, I think we got to find one more, and that makes a percent, and then we can look at something else. But that's where I'm not calling it nibbling, but I'm trying to find a combination of different things to at least get 1 point, and then look at something else, a big one. And again, in the 6 digits. So that's where my mind was going with how we were trying to figure out where I was going. Thank you.
Okay. Those will be combination things. Doug Townsend.
Just a question for Public Works. It's got a trackless for Durham pay over to, what's a trackless?
That is what we use to clean the sidewalks. One is due for replacement.
Hutch. Councillor Hutch.
Well, if you want to go big ticket items, and I've already thrown this hook to our director, Public Works, but we have a plow truck that's worth $400,000 on the levy.
Not me this time.
Okay. And I know that we have a plan for replacement of equipment, and I agree that it's a valuable plan. But there's $400,000 if you're looking for a big ticket item that hits our levy. So let's be 3% right there. But again, you know, how long can you keep some of these vehicles running, sort of thing?
Again, carry reserve funding, a couple of other things in there. The impact would be.
That one's 400,000. It was 425 for the truck. 25,000 estimated for a trade-in of the oldest in the fleet, and leaving 400,000 from the tax levy. The risk is it breaks down, you can't plow snow and maintain your minimum maintenance standards sufficiently with if the fleet gets too old. Last year was a greater, 2024 was a greater year, 2025 is a plow year. So we had 550,000 from the tax levy for equipment last year. And this year total for the various equipment for the reserve for the sweeper, the plow truck, the 1-ton truck and the trackless, you're at 572,875. So you're $22,000 more from the tax levy on equipment this year than you were last year.
Fear of going with not replacing those trucks is very much similar to what we ended up in the bridges. If you don't maintain it, you get so far behind that the scenery doesn't change. Joyce.
Yes, I was just going to add to that as well. When it comes to replacement, we need to keep on that regiment, but my argument with the one truck, it's a new piece of equipment. It's adding to our fleet. So if we can just cushion that for 1 year and see what it brings in 2026. And when Mayor Eccles talks about getting behind with our infrastructure and our needs for new equipment, but look what the deteriorating of our roads, and we don't even have anything extra in there for any new construction. So it's difficult.
Jeff.
But I'll also take up the concern that, Carrie, you said we're on a regimen here of replacing a grader every other year and a plow truck every other year. And I just wonder, is that regimen required? Like, cars, for example, last a lot longer now than they did, 20, 30 years ago. So I'm just wondering, do we need to stay on that regimen forever? Or is there ever an opportunity to sort of reconsider the timing of those?
Um, so if there's 50, just asking, if we've got 15 pieces of equipment, graders and plows combined, 1 year's a grader year, they're $600,000. We fund it 550, and transfer 50 from our equipment reserve. In the next year, plow trucks, they're running 425. So we're trying to put away into reserve or do other pieces of equipment so that we maintain that 550 that we would need. And we alternate a grader and a plow truck. The plow trucks are a little bit less than the graders, but we do one. If there's 15 pieces of equipment, we do one. So one piece of equipment is possibly 15 years old with potentially lots of hours on it at that point. And the breakdowns, when they do, the motors are large, the gears are big, and it's $50,000 to $150,000 if an engine goes or something like that. So the cost of repairs goes up, the older the piece of equipment is. That's the risk that we take.
And I believe that comes forward from our asset management plan. That is on the play, and it's on a 15-year depreciation and everything of that. And even at 15 years, sometimes I think that we're getting further behind than we are ahead on some of that equipment. As I'll say it, Mr. Cook said, that first snow that we had, having everything in play and whatnot was great, except that we had 2 hydraulic lines go and had to fix plows out on the road. And he was just thankful that we had a good enough fleet that we didn't have to replace an engine or something of that nature, or we would have been in serious trouble last weekend or the weekend before when we got 3 feet of snow. Jeff? Okay, Joyce?
I'm just looking at the machinery credits. I think we're currently in a good position with machinery credits, and I'm not sure if you still apply those credits at year end to kind of offset year to year winter maintenance. I'm not sure where that's at right now, but another consideration too is maybe increasing the cost per hour to run our equipment so that we can cushion better credit at the end of the year. I know overall operational would be more expensive, but then we have to look at those replacement costs for the machinery. So we may have to up those machinery rates.
Jerry, comment?
Increasing machinery rates will just charge you more on your expenses. So your winter control will go up if you're charging more out. You're charging yourself on those machinery rates. It's an illusion of revenue. It's just a cost allocation back to the various activities, but there's no real revenue. You're charging yourself and you're paying it. It's just more of an allocation towards various cost centers like winter control or loose top maintenance if you do, but it's entirely up to council. We can look at that. It's been a couple of years since we've reviewed it, but you need to almost increase your budget if you're going to charge yourself more for winter control equipment.
Joyce?
I'm just looking at that, like if you had to take a piece of equipment that needed major costing, like just labor alone, we just experienced $150 on work that my husband just had done on his truck, and that's on an outside source. It's good if we can do our own repairs internally, but if we have to rely on outside sources, then your repairs are higher, so your machinery credits can kind of help offset that as well. So it's a good blend.
But all it'll do is increase the budget for this year. We're looking to get this down to at least into a single digit ahead of the decimal point. Let's go back. If we don't have anything, we haven't heard of anything yet. The machinery and Public Works truly was only up 22,000. We can take a look at that when we get down to there. Elmwood Fire. We'll go back, because we haven't hit anything big yet. We're still gonna have to do this by small bites. Elmwood Fire. Is up by 50%. Can I throw something out? There's 125,000 in for decommissioning, showers, building going into for reserve. Is there a chance? How much of that, if we said to Elmwood Fire, I'm sorry, we can't build that into our budget. If we knock that down to 75,000, that's taking 50 out, or we knock 75,000 out of there and delayed it for a bit of a year. Are they ready to start building in 2025? Anybody that's on the
Through your mayor, they're looking at doing the architectural design for the addition to the building in 2025 and anticipated construction in 2026. If we ask them to reduce the reserve by $75,000, the impact for West Gray, based on our estimated assessment shares, would be about just over $43,000.
about a 0.25 reduction in our levy requirements. Joyce?
By chance, have you heard from Brockton yet if they've supported it? Because if Brockton doesn't, then it's kind of out of the equation, is my understanding.
I have not heard from Brockton at this point. I'm not sure if they've started their budget process yet. Yeah.
Well, let's make it easy for them. Would a reduction of 25 or 75, that would still give them enough to do their architectural design and whatnot. The capital outlay for the build itself will be pushed into 2026. Instead of reserving it, we looked at being paid at that point in time. Tom?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think what we did was we looked at this project, and I believe we looked at Carrie, and may have to support me on this, but I think it was over a 2-year period. And then what we said is, well, let's go in with that, and if there's councils wanted to question or move it around, we could extend it into a 3, but at least get the ball rolling. So I know we did come in ultimately looking over a 2-year period to finish it. But it could go to a 3rd. But again, we did cut that down as you suggested there, Mr. Mayor. And then 26, where everything is, we get all the engineering and all that stuff ready, and it would be ready to go. But it is the health and safety of the firefighters we got to watch. That's why we didn't want to go to a 3rd year. We wanted to keep it at 2, because there is some safety issues there that need to be addressed for sure. But I think I could support what you're recommending there. Thank you.
Okay. So I was suggesting that we make a cut of 75,000 out of that, which would be, ours is about 40, 43, 45 of that 75 amount. Is there any agreement with that? That's the cue. You're making that a motion? Thank you, Mr. Shea. Yeah, you're catching on to. Because Jamie won't let me make a motion. He's very adamant about that. All right. Councillor Shea made that motion. Was there a seconder? Councillor Hutchison. Any further comments on this? Jamie?
Through Miracles, just for clarity, it's that council directs staff to reduce the Elmwood Fire budget by $75,000 in the 2025 draft budget. Looking to carry for confirmation.
That would be the Elmwood Fire ask is the full amount. Our impact is only about 43 because we share a portion of that, but it would be an ask of the Elmwood Fire Board to reduce it by 75.
Okay. Let's move and second. Anything further? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. Is there anything else in that Elmwood Fire? Seeing none, then yep. Somebody want to take a break? We've been at this for an hour and a half. Mind will only endure what the seat can handle. All right. We'll come back at 20 to 11, 10 minutes. All right. Back and ready to go. We'll call the meeting back to order. Elmwood Fire, then we're down to West Gray Fire. First one is Ayton. Is there anything in there that, shows up in red figures other than insurance? Which my understanding Carrie's doing a lot of work with Intact to make sure that we get that all dropped and a better premium. Right, Carrie? Right? Not much there. There was one thing that it's not just on the Normanby Fire, it's Normanby, Newstead and Durham stations. It's not as much in the expenditure lines as cuts as it is in the revenue of additions. Chief, I wonder what your thoughts were. 2023. You can see the actuals there in Normanby at 5,100. Actuals in Newstead, I think, were about 6,000. Actuals in Durham were almost 40,000. And yet we're still budgeting considerably less than that. You do, yeah. Big brother isn't talking, isn't listening at the present moment. Oh, God. Who directed him to a microphone? There you go.
Thanks. In Durham, why don't we boost that up to 10,000 from the 6,000 that we've got in there for revenue? Looking at Ayton, I think we could go up to we could take it up to 6,000, I think. Pretty sure we get away with that. And Newstead, where are you? We have Newstead, let's take it up to 6,000 as well. Just Ayton. They're comparatively the same as far as MVCs go.
So that would give us an extra 6,000 in revenue. Is that what you're saying? I was thinking an extra 15,000. Your 2023, I guess, I'm gonna debate slightly with you, your 2023.
You can go up higher if you want, but I mean, if we come up with a shortfall at the end of the year, we're
So are you worried about budgeting? Yeah, it's a danger, but in 2023, you've got 40,000 in Durham.
yeah,
This year you've got 16, 17,000.
about 16, 15, 16.
Yeah,
So
we've got a roundabout over here that we've already had been investigating accidents continuously. That should get better.
I didn't design it, sorry.
No.
But
would another across the three, you give them 6, I'm thinking we can probably get at least 15.
For each one?
No,
No,
total.
together. So we're at 10. 6, no, You want to boost Newstead and Ayton up to 8,000?
Fine, fine.
All right, we can do that.
So 15,000 in Durham, 8 in the 8 in the North, and 8 in the Newstead.
Yeah.
So that'd be 31,000 in revenue. Yep.
Yep. 8, and 15.
Yeah, because you're, at the present moment, you're at 10. You're at 15,000 now. You take the chair, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Step aside to make a motion.
I will assume the chair, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that the Durham fire revenue be moved to 15,000, the Ayton and Newstead fire be moved to 8,000 each, for a total of 31, for a difference of 16,000 in revenue for the 2025 budget cycle.
Okay, thank you. We look for a second of that, or would we like the motion read and then? Then move. Second, okay, Councillor Townsend seconded, moved by Mayor Eccles. Then I'll get Jamie just to read it, and then we'll ask for any comments or questions, just so we're clear.
Through the Deputy Mayor, that in consideration of the 2025 draft consolidated operating capital budget, council directs staff to increase Durham fire revenue to $15,000 and Ayton and Newstead fire revenue to $8,000 each in the 2025 draft budget.
Thank you, Clerk. Any comments or questions on the motion that we have before us? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? I see all council members are in favor. There's none opposed. That motion is carried. And I will transfer the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, anything else? Normanby Fire, we'll start there. Pretty difficult with Normanby because they're in a minus at the present moment. So we need to Durham Fire. Anything else there? Newstead Fire. The biggest number in the Newstead Fire, Chief, would be the 35,000 in the Newstead transfer to capital, bumping it from 54 we had in 24 to 90,000 in 25. What was the connection there? In the Newstead Fire, there's 35,000 extra into the transfer to capital. Gone from 54,800 to 90,000 now. Carrie?
So we have, other than the turnout gear, we have a hydraulics rescue tool, cutter, spreader, and it's worth $50,000.
Mike, again.
I would just leave them on. You work it. Okay, so there is the hydraulics in there. Their hydraulics, as I explained the last meeting, are getting dated and antiquated. And they're bits and pieces put together from different units. And then then there's all the safety gear, helmets and that. Turnout gear have, in the past year, believe it or not, have doubled in cost. Coats and boots I used to get for $2,400. I said it's now worth $4,000. I just got 2 sets for Durham and the bill is over $8,000. So how it goes up 100% in a year, I don't know, but that's what the manufacturers are doing. So that's putting your safety gear up. Boots, pair of boots now is over $500. Your helmet is $500, a little well over 500. Gloves you used to get for 125, about 175 now for the fire entry gloves. So yeah, that puts that way up.
The West Grave fire. So I take it that that's the upper management. Anything in there? Biggest one in there, obviously, is is that first line on expenses. Up 14,000. That's grid movement. Chief?
Grid movement and adoption of the new grid that you had approved.
Yeah. All right. Insurance jumped on most places 8 to 10%, give or take. This one doubles in this line. Is the chief and the deputy chief, they've reevaluated, they're pretty much a big risk. No, no calls. You gotta stay in the hot seat.
No, I was looking over the other sheet there. It's okay. No, I guess we're a big risk. Yeah. Go ahead, Terry, because that, you had that in.
So we had budgeted, under budgeted in 2024 based on what the actual renewal came in. So we have to make up that ground. The actual, cost of the insurance was 9,500 in 2024 and we budgeted 5,600. So it was not, sufficient to, but we're trying to play catch up with getting that in there. Because when we start the budget process, we don't know what the renewal is, and we had some significant increases over the last few years.
Okay, there's nothing else there. There's not much in emergency measures. Even when you declare an emergency, is it even worthwhile having this? 'Cause we don't get much response.
I hear you.
Biggest thing is we have mandated by the province that we must have. And I think we've got a pretty good system. Health services under yours as well too? Health services?
No, I don't look after that anymore. That is, Nicole.
Doug. You look like you're thinking the same thing I'm thinking, like there's two columns there for 2026 and they both have different numbers. I'm not sure what that's all about.
Just add one note. Yeah, copy and paste it. Should. There's all the negative calculate, but I don't understand.
So the last column shouldn't be there then, maybe, or?
Sorry, I couldn't get your attention, anybody. It's just a typo when it shifted the amounts over there. It should only have 2026. Originally, this was a 4-year capital. We started 2024 to 2026 or 2023, I should say, to 2026. So it's just when we shifted, it's just an error in that second column of 2026.
Okay. There was nothing else for Phil. As far as cuts go. Additions. The health one, 84 memberships. I don't. What?
Yep. So we have an HR downloads program that provides various health and safety modules and education that we currently we've used for 7 or 8 years now. So that's the annual subscription to that service. There's mandatory requirements when someone's hired for training and education with health and safety. So that is a platform that we use for employees to log in and perform the training in there. And then it also has various other templates and they have a multitude of training, not just health and safety, but we did our inclusivity and diversity training through the platform as well. And there's several other modules in there.
And I know it's not much, Carrie, but that's good on that. 2 lines down from that, 2077, there's training and testing for $5,000. 2023, we didn't use any. I'm taking it in 2024, we didn't use any.
Nope, we have used it in 2024. We've had 2 individuals that we've sent for certification in the first level of health and safety training.
Okay. So you're not willing to give that up?
Probably need to go to the next level and do the second level of health and safety training so that our health and safety committee is versed in where they need to be items. In 2023, we had staffing changes, so we didn't actually send someone. Sarah had left, and just the timing of when the courses are offered.
Yep. Okay. Anybody else? Anything else on that? That brings us down to the police budget. Was there anything in there? that somebody wanted to. Thanks, Phil. Mike, what is your, Carl, whatever they want to call you today? Only thing I'm gonna ask Chief, I know at the saw a letter, council sent a letter just the other day. It's one of those hypothetical things, I believe, with the OPP municipalities getting funding. Do you think that there's any traction in 2025 to offset municipal policing, especially in the rural and northern areas that are costing? And I believe that it was addressed yesterday at the police board meeting and probably being addressed today at the Zone 5 OPSB meeting. Your thoughts on what you may hear in the jungle of the province kicking in another 77 million to benefit municipal policing as well too?
As council is aware, the OPP did provide significant subsidies to a number of municipalities who are complaining about their tax increases going up in the plus range of 20%. The 77 was provided to those smaller municipalities. There has been a significant uproar in the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police and the Ontario Association of Police Services Boards. Our board did write a letter. It will be going forward today to the OACP Zone 5 meeting. Sarnia, South Simcoe, you're seeing pretty much the other 40 other police services all asking for their fair share. I did have a conversation with the assistant to the Solicitor General last week in regards to this. There was not much indication that anything's coming at that time, but also that was pre this wave of anger over the unfairness of the subsidies given to services or organizations that are policed by the OPP and leaving it out. The OACP is very engaged. I can't speak for what the minister's going to do. There are letters coming into his office constantly, but we have received no indication that any municipal service will receive the same subsidies that were given to our policing partners in the OPP.
So it may be on the high risk level to include anything of that as an added revenue?
In my opinion only, my board works my budget and council can approve or send it back. It may be a high risk move, but given the barrage that the ministry is going to receive over the OPP subsidy funding, I would say that there's going to have to be something to reestablish fairness in the budgeting process for municipal services versus the provincial services. And that's all the advice that I could possibly give. Unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball on what the ministry is going to do with all these letters that are coming in, but there is some significant pushback from a lot of police services looking for equitable funding and to be treated the same way that our provincial partners are.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Just curious about the numbers under the police services workers' compensation line. 2024 was 75,000. This year, 2020 was 77,000. But then there's a number difference of 230,000 from year to year, and I don't quite figure. I'm not sure how those numbers work out. Can you explain that, maybe, or maybe Carrie can?
Yeah, so that's the total wages and benefits. That's adding up the difference from the first line in wages down to workers' comp. It's an increase of $230,000 in total wages and benefits year over year, as opposed to each individual line.
So I take it, it could have been, yeah, because you see the workers' comp doesn't go up by 230,000. It's at 75,000 for 24, 77,250 for, so. Yeah, it's all of those lines above it. Wages, CPP, EI, life insurance, OMERS, all of those is a total comp package increase of 230. Which is considerably less than what our OPP lines would be if we were looking at being policed by them. All right. There's nothing else there. Conservation Authority. Does the Vice Chair have any opinions on how to slash this? Don't. Go ahead, Todd.
Well, one of the things that, I think the WECI, I think that's, when we looked at that, that is, in the dam, that conversation there, I'm just not comfortable with the language around how that, is like both of us when we questioned it, so. At 25, and that could go our cost share on that one. We never got to the bottom of that, right?
No. I will say you'll notice a difference in the wage line. If you can find it in here. The Conservation Authority budget is up 17 overall. This is the draft that was in principle put forward to municipalities. It's up 17.8%, 17.6, 17.8 overall. Out of that 17.6, 12 is on wages and step grid movement. The authority did a extensive review of their wage package, and it was determined that in relation to the comparators, significantly behind. And a few other issues were identified by the independent company that reviewed it to get back up to where they had wanted to be at the 50th percentile, wouldn't have got to the 50th. Overall, still would have left them behind if we would have moved it up. So they are now at the 55th percentile. And as I said, that was a significant movement that is really moved the conservation budget. It's 5% in there. And yeah, I'm still not happy with the budget and their increases on Cat 1 and Cat 3. And where they're at. But it's up to, I would take direction from the council on the members that are sitting at the board on how to vote for this going forward. It's out for our review right now. I'll be going back to the board Mr. January? Yeah. For the January board meeting to be approved. I would still like to see some cuts made in it and brought back into line, but I'm not sure where to fight in there. Not sure what would be acceptable to the rest of the board. Councillor Hutchison. Doug?
I'm just curious, under the flood control expense, 2023, we budgeted 37,000 and we'll end up 57,000. 2024, we budgeted 40,000. Do we know the actual last year? Because I don't think there was a major problem last year. Do we have that number?
When you say last year, 2024, we haven't received the bills for 2024 from the Conservation Authority for what they've spent on it.
Jeffrey, please.
Isn't the Conservation Authority reducing the amount of effort they're putting into flood control? Shouldn't we see those numbers going down?
Well, certainly their lack of attention to operating some of the infrastructure that they have that has proven to be effective in controlling floods, especially in the town of Durham. That would be a very good assumption. Yeah. But it's difficult to get through that labyrinth of bureaucracy that happens to be at Conservation Authority. And maybe even worse is that the long-serving director of finance or manager of finance at the Conservation Authority resigned in June, July, Tom, somewhere about there. So there's a new person that's been hired. I would say that's struggling with some of the lines in the budget at this point in time. Yes, if they're going to change that about the upper dam and how they're going to operate their dam, you would certainly think that there'd be considerable, but what they put into that line, as far as maintenance and operation, goes into that flood control, I find it difficult to find out. But I will certainly try and see if that is a place where it comes down. Anybody else?
So the tricky part about this one here is we send it back and ask for adjustments or, just adjustments whatever we want to do. And when it goes back, the tricky part about the conservation budget is that now it's the whole entire board that sits there and votes on it. So Mayor Eccles and myself might have a couple of supporters, but then we get overvoted and then that's budgeted by. That's where it gets a little tricky with this one here. So just trying to get the language around the benefiting municipalities is really what I want to drill down on next year for sure. So we can get that language changed and maybe minimize some of what's the impact that we have in front of us right here. And that's where it goes. You can do all the recorded votes you want, but we're outvoted and it is what it is. So that's the tricky part about this one.
Did you get the overall budget, Carrie, and the numbers that, not our portion of the overall budget, but the identified numbers from conservation as to West Gray specific funding that would be looked at other than the WECI?
All we got was the 2-page, the letter, and then the summary that had the category 1 and 3, And then the municipality share of that, we did not receive anything on the special levy. If West Gray has a share of that or the other fund, they noted up there. I don't know if West Gray has any share of that, but we have been advised of the verbally that they were looking at WECI funding.
Mhm. I can say to council, at the way this budget is put forward, I voted against moving it forward to start with. And my vote will be that we don't move forward with it going in January when it comes in front of the commission, but it is on a weighted vote. West Gray has 17%, 18% of the overall. 3 municipalities control 50%. Kincardine, Saugeen Shores, and West Gray have close to 50% of the overall out of the 17 municipalities represented. So we'll see what happens. There's some very grave concern about this budget, but we've already passed and put in there's 12% that's in there that's already there. So we'll see. All right. Nothing else. Public Works. Anything in here? There's a few line items in Public Works. Any thoughts, questions? Again, it's in, go ahead, Doug.
Just a question, and I know Councillor Noon has brought this up different times too with the loose top maintenance, the graveling. Is there any advantages to, you know, dropping a year or moving our schedule back? Like usually it's the top half and then the bottom half the next year. Can we just do spot graveling for a year to reduce some of our cost, or would that just, again, less maintenance just throws us behind the 8 ball the year after?
Yeah, so that was presented at a conference Councillor Noonan and I attended. When I dug into it, the municipalities that have changed their program to once every 3 years or 4 years, they have very small kilometers of rural roads compared to West Gray, and all their base is in really good condition. Unfortunately, I can't say that about all our gravel roads, so I think it would be a poor decision to swap it from our current program. I think remaining at one, doing half 1 year and half the second year is actually the best route to go. Unless if I had my way, it would be we do the whole thing every year, which is not financially viable. So I think the status quo is the correct approach.
I'm gonna just quickly, and mine goes back to revenue. Public Works revenue, 2023 actual budgeted was 15, 23 actual was 50,000, 24. Don't know whether Carrie, you have anything in there or not. We're still at 15. Am I missing $35,000 worth of revenue? Or what's the variance there?
Year to date, 2024, we're at 18,638.
So am I to put in place that in odd years, we'll have a spike? So 2025 being an odd year, we'd be up near that 50,000 again? I guess question certainly is, what was the spike in 2023 that we had 50,000?
There was accounts receivable for some concession 8 spot improvements done that we charged back to the individual of 25,000, just over 25,000. That was an anomaly that we don't normally do that.
Okay. Councillor Hutchison, Doug.
This question about revenue gravel pits. Is that revenue just generated from our gravel pit, or is that subsidized from all gravel that leaves West Gray?
Yeah, so that's from the aggregate resources payment. It's a percentage. Oh, it escapes me the fees, the royalty fees that are on when they take it out. And it's a year behind because it's based on those. They report on the gravel they've taken out in the prior, and then we get a percentage. But that percentage has stayed consistent for several years.
Torque fees.
So there's no indication, like gravel it's our gold, but it's also our curse as you know, with more gravel pits and a bit bigger demand. I read something just the other day, I don't know, there of 60% of the gravel in Gray County, 60% of it comes from West Gray. So we're sitting on a lot of gravel. I know it's a bit of a bone of contention for a lot of people in terms of gravel pits, but I'm just wondering, do we foresee that there's going to be more money generated? And is there any talk about increasing the royalties for gravel?
I believe there may be talk, but only one-sided on the increase. There's a lot of requests for the increase in the torque fee percentages. And those, what our current numbers are at is based on the average that we've received, because we have no data on how much those gravel private companies are taking out in any given year. So we've based on the average that we've actually received in the last few years. But I've not seen any indication that there's actually a willingness to increase or change the percentage of the torque fees that we receive.
Joyce?
I'm gonna go back again to this every third year, not doing the crushed gravel application. Our paved roads are deteriorating and no money for years other than surface treatment is going back into them. So I think on that third year, we need to concentrate, maybe spending the money back into the paved roads on that third year and then getting back into the crushed gravel again, the alternate north-south or south-north, whatever it can be. But the longer we put off getting these roads rehabilitated, the more costly it's going to be, or we're just going to be back to all gravel roads again. It's bad. But something needs to be done.
Do you have a suggestion there? Go ahead, good.
Well, I'd like to make a recommendation that that we not, I'm trying to think if the north-south has been consistent, well, I guess it would be no matter when you start or stop it, but go north and south, then the break for hardtop. Consistent, like putting it into a policy and that we get something in place, maybe starting in 2026.
So I take it that you're suggesting to leave what we're doing right at the present moment, but for 2026, make an adjustment on the loose top maintenance dramatically. I think that's just direction. Well, it has got nothing to do really with this budget. I think what Joyce is saying, we're kind of set where we are for 2025. But just making a suggestion that we look at a variance on that maintenance gravel for 2026. Whether we do the Canal Depot, Bentic Depot, and Normanby Depot as a 3 instead of a north and south that we have done. And any of the offsetting savings that can be found in that. Obviously, a reduction of a percentage be put into hardtop. Yeah, be used more into the hardtop section of it. Okay. The $100,000 in added crushing costs, is that to increase our inventory or just in addition to what we have for crushing?
What you see there is we have no gravel currently crushed. So in 2025, we do need to crush, trying to do a cost of benefit analysis on hauling. We feel now that we can control that increase by now crushing gravel in our pit for both Glenelg and Bentic. If we had to go purchase gravel, the increase would have been more than 100,000. So this is our attempt for at least 2/3 of the gravel application for 2025 to control that cost. And in the next round of gravel application, it would be the north ends of the 3 townships, at which point there's probably a cost of benefit analysis to crush all the gravel in our pit. We're seeing the price of gravel increasing more than the cost of crushing and hauling from our pit.
Okay. Tom?
Mr. Mayor, and through you to Director Aiken. How much do we pay Triton or other consultants to give us a rundown on the different big bridges and roads? I know Triton's doing our bridges, they're the bridge study, but do you know that number? Or Director Mike, sorry, either or.
So the biannual inspections is in the neighborhood of 30,000. And the bridge study report, that's approximately 25,000. In 2025, the Olson reports will be substantially less as there are specific key bridges we choose to target, but the bulk of them will not be done in 2025, just the ones we're keeping an eye on.
Thank you. I guess another question. So when we are doing an assessment on a structure that, we're trying to budget to point towards, that I'm assuming when they come in to do their assessments over and above just the services of the study that we've done, each bridge would have a tag to it. Would that be a fair assessment? Okay, so they're doing this here workforce now, the bridge study. So when next year we go to do, we're gonna focus in on a specific structure to rehabilitate or replace or whatever it is. I'm saying their engineering fee, assuming that's who would do it, is over and above these numbers here. So each structure has its own attachment, right?
Yeah, in summary, you're correct. So in the 2025 budget, the line item for replacing structure 44, the engineering for contract amend and site inspection is included in that dollar value you see in that line item. However, the engineering above the Olson to start the design and prepare the tender for the next bridge, there's nothing in your 2025 budget for the replacement of the next bridge.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just thinking out loud that, I don't ever recall myself. I've been around now forever, not as long as Mayor Eccles, but I seen an RFP to go out for any of this engineering. So it's just something that I've just wondered. It was something we should consider, but also any of the other structures is looking at, and we've discussed is alternative, maybe a one-stop shop. So that's all. I just wanted to know that actually you've answered my question was after. Thank you.
We have used a couple different firms for over the years for the OSUM studies. Triton is the current one, but we have used different engineering firms. In the last 5 or 6 years, it has changed.
Thank you. Going back to the gravel again and tort fees, you called them? Yeah. Is there any way, Westgrade being so rich in gravel, is there any way we can impose our own fees, our own tax, some way of doing that to make it our casino? If we've, if we're so rich in it, they do a lot of wear and tear on the roads and bridges and everything else. We need some way to capitalize on that. Just a thought.
I don't think we have any legislative teeth to enforce such a fee. And just as an FYI, the tort fees we received for 2024 were $110,000. So it varies up and down.
Yeah, tort fees there was an Auditor General's report done a year ago, 2 years ago now, maybe that it came out. No, it was a year ago. Sorry, it was in 2023. It's dependent on the honesty of the pit owners to report their tonnage that they're shipping out from the back to the municipality. It's 7 cents or 11 cents. I think it's 7 cents that the lower tier gets, another 4 cents that the upper tier gets. But it's on a per ton basis. The Auditor General's report that what was reported to the ministry and the payments that were made. The interesting point is that there was 3 pit owners that were identified that they were shipping 1,000% or more. The top one was 1,700% more than what their license allowed them on a yearly basis. So I'm just wondering how much is reported and how much really comes forward of what we're getting gas by. I think the only place where the municipality has any leverage is in those haul route agreements from the pit and fastening that down from the pit owner that they're responsible for the repair of the road or infrastructure going forward. I'm going to use one. There was a pit owner on Gray Road or on concession 4 of Bentic that the road was gravel, and when that pit was licensed, part of it was the haul route, and the owner and most owners are pretty good. That individual said, you know, we needed it hard surfaced, and he said, no, you need it paved from here to the county road. And instead of just hard surfacing, he paved it from the county road. That's about the only place, Doug, I think that we've got any leverage with them on that infrastructure damage to our infrastructure. Problem is, there's a lot of pits out there that in the haul route agreement, we don't have anything of recovering costs on deconstruction of our roads at the time. But yes, be blessed with a mineral and yeah, the problems that you have that comes with it. All right. Anything else in public works? Sorry, Councillor Hutchison.
Just moving down to the revenue. This is Public Works roads. Are we okay to go there or?
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm just curious about the revenue side of it. So for example, the first line says Grants Ontario. It's going from 480,000 up to this year, 1,577,000. So that's an increase in the grant. Is that how we read that, or that seems quite a big jump?
Gary?
So that's on the capital side. And that we saved up our, banked our on OSIF revenue, grant revenue, in order to complete, structure 44 in 2025. So we are banking 2 years worth basically of grant revenue in order to complete that bridge structure replacement. It's about 54% of the total project cost. We're using the grant funding for it, but it took us 2 years of grant funding to save that.
Anything else in public works? We put 300,000 in the bridge and culvert capital. Can you use all of that, Jeff?
I assume that's a rhetorical question. Yes, I can find a way to use it all, absolutely.
If we added another zero on that, could you find a way to use all of that too?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. We have the bridge report really coming back February.
Yes, we've received the draft and we're reviewing it and we anticipate sharing it with council in February. That is correct.
That'll give us an idea of the bridges going forward, but we already have a backlog of bridges that are sitting there already. I know we thought about the 300,000 and just strategically thinking the 300,000 may go to doing deck work or something of that nature, but am I off on saying we'll maybe hold off and find out on after the bridge report is there where the best spot to put some of that funding is instead of jumping at replacing a little culvert here or there tomorrow.
I think that's a fair assumption, and jumping the gun a little bit. You don't really have anything in the 2025 budget to do a bridge or culvert replacement in 2026, so that'll have to be part of the conversation.
Jeffrey?
This is the, you're talking about $300,000 transfer to Bridge Culvert Reserve. So I think, and then in the note here, Carrie, it says for construction in 2025. But I thought when we did the motion that said we were putting into a reserve for future use. And if we wanted to bank it across several years, that was an option. Is that your understanding?
I think the way the motion came through, we were putting it into reserve, and it will be addressed once the bridge prioritization is complete. Whether you want to pull it out of reserve, you'll make a motion to pull it out and do work, or you will leave it in reserve and it will go into 2026. But we were waiting until we weren't identifying it as a specific structure until after your prioritization. But we will need a motion to pull it out of reserve if we actually want to do another project.
Right. So not a specific structure nor a specific year. Thank you.
Other towns, Doug?
And I'm just gonna put this out there, and I know it's sending the budget the wrong way, but are we putting enough aside? We've got a number of bridges closed now. We're waiting on the bridge study to give us a plan that's maybe looking at 26. How many bridges are going to go down in 25? Like how much further are we going to get behind? It'd be nice to, if we could do a couple, redo the tops on a couple or something. It'd be nice to get a couple in the win column as opposed to everything going in the losing column right now on bridges. But that's, again, that's sending the budget in the wrong direction. So, but I also think the residents realize we're between a rock and a hard place, and something's got to be done. So I guess more of a statement than anything.
And just that we'll have the February meeting, there'll be the bridge prioritization. Then once you set those priorities, we'll come back with a financing strategy to try to achieve that. So then you can see where at what point is it 10 structures that over the next 10 years, or what does it look like based on those priorities that you set? So we don't have that information yet because you haven't set the priorities, because we don't want to just use it on low-hanging fruit if that's not going to be your priority and you're going to let that bridge close. You don't want to spend $100,000 or $300,000 on something that you're going to eventually, based on your priorities when you decided that it's going to be closed. So we want to make sure that we're spending the money in the right spot. So identifying your priorities is the first step in that February meeting. From that, then the next meeting we'll come back with will be a financing strategy of options for how you might be able to achieve those priorities.
Okay. Yeah, good, Michelle.
And thank you. If I can just build off Director Mighton's comments, the choices made at the bridge prioritization will also have impact on future road requirements, et cetera. So, I mean, we're trying to be strategic about this. There's the technical side of it related to the bridge. There's a financing strategy, and there's the ripple effect of all the other expenditures depending on the decision. So we will, the intent is to come back with that financing strategy very quickly after the prioritization meeting, and then look at that sort of outside of budget as a standalone nugget that we've got to deal with.
Okay. I don't think we've got anything other than facing it that we've got a lot of bridges closed and we've got no money to open them. But we do have a bit set aside that we can prioritize and strategically go forward with some of these. All right, Public Works is getting off pretty easy. Unless you've got a nugget in your hip pocket to really give us something there, Jeff. Joyce.
I'd like to make a recommendation that we take the 1-ton truck out of the capital funding for 2025.
Okay. Mr. Noon made a motion to remove the 1-ton truck. It's just for the clerical. Second on that, Tom?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Second by Deputy Mayor. Just for clarification, it's 115 of expense, but
49,750 is the tax levy.
is a levy increase. Okay. Any further questions or comments on that, Joyce?
I know part of the costing was from the development fees. I'd rather see that development fees help offset our costs for either the infrastructure needed for the new roadway in around the police station and ambulance bay, than putting it towards the 1-ton truck for 2025. I would reallocate that development fees to that or to the cost of the police building. Thank you.
Gary? Clarity.
Yeah, we've already allocated the maximum amount towards the police station from the development charges. There is only a portion that is actually considered growth related. So the portion that we had in here was identified for new public works equipment. So the 1-ton is new to the fleet. So that was the eligible portion of that piece of equipment. So it will just stay in the development charges. Yeah.
Doug?
Question for Public Works then, if we were to remove this 1-ton, are any of the other 2 1-tons due to be replaced? Like, are we gonna end up having to double up next year? Are they coming to the end of their life cycle or not?
No, we won't be doubling up in 2026 or 2027, but after that, there's fleet that we didn't replace in 2023 or 2024. It looks like we're cutting another one, which is fine, but at some point it will catch up to us.
Just for clarity, so Jeff, we're not cutting anything out of the 2025. As Councillor Nunes said, this was a new addition to the fleet so that there would be a 1-ton in each of the rural depots. Correct?
That is correct. Each depot would have a 1-ton.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Shade, Jeff?
Carrie, so can you explain this development charge situation a little bit more for me? So we have a development reserve. We've collected that from new buildings. It's targeted each, when we applied for or put this in place, we said X% will go for expansion of policing, X% will go for expansion of parks, or it all has to be capital. And when we said a certain percentage would go for new public works equipment, are our hands tied by that it can only be done for new public works equipment? We can't reallocate it and say, oh, we're going to spend it for new parks or something else. And do I have that correct?
Yes, and it's not percentages. The percentages are for the sort of department categories, but how it comes up is the projects. So if we did one, there was 2 bridges in the last growth study, or the last development charges study, I should say, that were identified. And so those 2 projects, based on the dollar value and the growth related calculation, we could use, you know, if it was $200,000 toward of development charges towards that entire project. But we can't just add it to more parks and recreation. It has to be, there's identified growth related projects in those categories. So it's very specific in the way that the categories are used.
So I guess where I'm going is is there a category called new public works equipment, and that we can only spend money on new public works equipment? And so if we don't spend this money on new public works equipment, we cannot reallocate it to something else. So sooner or later, we're going to be spending $65,000 out of this fee.
Exactly. They'll stay there until you do purchase the new equipment.
And it has to be like fleet expansion. It can't be replacing equipment.
It's more new equipment because that's growth related. We've always had a grader. We don't, you know, if we were adding a new grader to the fleet and expanding the fleet,
Mhm.
but just replacing one grader for another grader isn't really growth related. We're doing that anyways. So it's when they look at the growth, they look at the equipment that, okay, and we had these 1 ton that was adding to the fleet. That was a new service. And then they identified a portion of that was growth related.
So I guess my issue is I was sort of agreeing with Councillor Noon that, you know, it's $115,000 and we're actually spending $115,000. It's not, we're spending 50,000 out of the levy and we're spending another 65 out of the development charges, but we are spending $115,000. But now I'm hearing that 65 has to inevitably be spent in this area. And so our hands are kind of tied there. So the only savings we would be generating is the 50,000 from the levy in the current year. So it's not I was sort of thinking it's ultimately $115,000 saving, but it's not really. It's only a $50,000 savings. Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Tom. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Eccleston, through you to Director Mighton. So Director Mighton, I believe we've had these discussions on the DCs and how they can get distributed. And I don't know, I can't recall if we do it annually, but can we get language on that, what we're talking about there, where it's not specific for growth or new equipment, or we could maybe change that to a little more favorable towards replacing, or is there some restrictions on that already where we tapped out?
We will be doing a new development charges study. We've started work on that now. But there is the legislation is there on the development charges legislation that growth, it's meant for growth, is to pay for growth. It's not meant for growth to pay for the same old stuff that everybody else is using. So when we have to change the service level to make it a paved road because there's a new subdivision there, that's growth related. Otherwise, we leave it as a gravel road. So it's, you know, a 1-lane bridge becomes a 2-lane bridge because of the growth related. So then they identify that's why that bridge is a portion is growth related. We can certainly go through that when the consultants here, they're the experts on the DC legislation, but it does have a very strong growth component into it, and you open yourself up to appeals if it's not properly calculated and identified within the studies. But it's something that we try to justify and rationalize. Is there a growth component and persuade that there is something, but ultimately we have to be able to demonstrate that there's a bit of growth there.
Okay. Everybody understands what we're looking at? I'm taking it that this may show back up in the 2026 budget. but it does help us out a bit here in this one. Okay. We'll call the question and all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay. Anything else on Public Works? Next one down. I'm gonna take it to Public Works is street lighting. No difference there. Can turn a few of those lights off. Make West Gray a little bit darker. Nobody's biting. Airport. The one quick question on the airport is, I don't see a variance. I thought it was a 0% increase from 24 to 25. But you're showing, is that just a little slip? 2294 for a 5% increase?
Yes, that would just be a.
Yeah, it slipped across. Yeah. The airport budget is what is 0, not 5%.
Yeah, our original estimate in 2024 included an increase, then Brockton didn't approve it, but we had already had it in our budget. So the 2025 amount is sufficient to incorporate what their current estimate is. We didn't have to actually increase ours
Ours
because we
anymore.
had it there.
Right. Okay. Next one would have been Smart Transit. It's going up a little bit there. That's probably on their formula from rides and population and whatnot. Doug?
Yes, and that's exactly what it is. And also just forewarn, next year we could be down a member at Smart too, so that may affect things also. So see how that all plays out.
Keep talking to the counties and whatnot, you might not even have Smart at the lower tiers anymore. Okay. Nothing there. This is an interesting one, landfill. We're getting rid of, if I'm not mistaken, what are we getting rid of? We're getting rid of recycling and whatnot,
Yeah. So
and
the,
it's costing us $400,000 more.
yeah,
Wow. Am I missing something here?
there's a lot of moving parts right now in the landfill budget. Preliminary talks with, yes, the garbage collection and non-eligible is going to increase, and they, especially depending if it's moving to carts, if it's, but preliminary numbers are looking like it would eat up any savings from removing the eligible. And so we have yet to sort of formalize that. It would likely be a request for proposals, but it does not preliminarily look like there'll be any savings in the collection.
I don't mind the saving, there's no savings in it, but I don't just understand the justification of the huge increase in it. Hazardous waste. Let me see in that one, hazardous waste. Expenses last year were supposed to be 190 and we dropped it 160. Is that?
Yeah, the preliminary, the hazardous waste was a new item, and when the previous individual had budgeted the expense and the revenue, they expected a lot. There was 132,000 of hazardous waste rebates that were anticipated to come in. and additional expenses, but the actual quantities that we've received and for expense and revenue is significantly lower. There wasn't, so there's a lot of offsets when we change one expense item, that the revenues change. With the recycling, there's no longer the provincial grant revenue to help offset that, so that's out as well. If we change to carts, there's removal of bag tags revenues. So there's a lot of, like I said, a lot of moving parts in this one that are yet to be finalized in how collections are forward.
Yes, but bag tags are only for garbage. It's not for recycling, and our carts for 2025 would only be for recycling. Am I correct in that?
That's part of what we'll need to go out for a proposal for, because our current collector may not be willing, or
We've got a contract with them already. So how much are they gonna pay us to get out of the contract?
a lot of decisions need to be made at this point, but they have suggested that they would like to move to carts. But that has not been decided for sure yet, but
Yeah.
there will be a cost for that if we do. Whether it's buried in the monthly collection cost or if it's an upfront cost, but yes.
Councillor Noonan, Joyce?
Why has the anticipated revenue for bag takes lowered when the bag tag fees have increased? I'm looking, from 2023 and even in 2024, as the revenues really dropped off, that's why you've lessened the actual revenue that you're thinking of generating in 2025?
Actually just the opposite. We increased the bag tag fees in 2024 and had a significant uptake in the tags just before the increase came in. So it's anticipated people have a year and a half or so of bag tags, and our sales will drop. And we've seen that the last time, if I look back, last time we had increased bag tags revenues, there's a big increase because people are buying it before and it drops off. So whenever you increase something like a bag tag fee, it takes a year and a half to 2 years before you really realize that additional revenue. The other item that's in there is one, so the people already have their bag tags, and two, if we move to carts, there won't be a full year worth potentially, should that happen. But yeah, people bought a lot of tags just before the increase, which is expected. That is exactly how it has gone historically.
Anything else on landfill? And that is our best guess estimate of what non-eligible estimates are gonna be. And out of that, what's the determination, I guess? Waste Management picks up the carts. They take it away. They're the ones that determine what's eligible, what's not eligible. Do they return it back at our cost back to being in our landfill?
So it's not the eligible, non-eligible product, it's the non-eligible location. So, the non-eligible residents, which would be institutional, apartments over a certain number.
Yeah.
So it's the actual user that's not eligible. Commercial,
Commercials to people.
commercial, industrial. So your downtown businesses, which put curbside recycling out, are not eligible for collection at curbside, so we have to pick that up. So it's the user that's the non-eligible user, not necessarily the product that they're putting in it. That makes sense. So it's been a lot of mining of data on the municipal roll, on the tax roll, to try to refine it down, and get them to agree to the amount that's, amount of properties that would not be eligible.
Joyce?
But the thing is, it's always based on tonnage in a truck. So how do they know when they're putting an eligible and non-eligible all in the same truck, how they can really meter how much volume is non-eligible? Unless, like you said, they're just going by the actual property. So really, there's no consistency, or it just doesn't seem like a good way of handling it. To me, it's, you need to have maybe colored carts and pick up with different trucks. Like it just doesn't seem to blend with what they're doing.
Yeah, so I think you kind of hit the nail on the head a little bit. The challenge that was presented to council some time ago, first thing is to try and understand what eligible and non-eligible is. So if we take a traditional downtown storefront where you've got the business on the bottom and an apartment up top, the business would be the non-eligible component and the resident in the apartment would be the eligible part. So when the truck shows up, it doesn't have any ability to distinguish based on what's in the cart or the blue box, what came from the eligible source or the non-eligible source. So what was presented in a previous staff report to try to avoid the confusion and the conflict for 2025, we'll engage in our contractor to pick up the eligible and the non-eligible all at the same time. So at the end of the day for 2025 for the recycling, when you entered into that agreement, there is an opportunity for it to essentially have no apparent change to the end user putting in recycled material. If you didn't enter into the non-eligible, it would be a mess. So that's what's occurring for 2025. And as we work our way through proposals, that will be a very specific point in if it's an expression of interest, request for proposals, etc. And the province has a role to play in this also. There is a fair bit of pushback from other municipalities on the non-eligible component for the reasons that you highlighted. So it's a lot of information. It's very confusing, but that's at this point in time how the recycling is proposed to work for 2025.
But the stewards are going to get the end result no matter what, because everything's on the same truck. How are they going to, when they're putting in their numbers for what is marketable, to my understanding, like with the stewardship now looking after this circular way of doing this new blue box funding, everything's still on the same truck. So how are they going to decipher when they're making application to circular or to the stewards, how much revenue that waste management is going to get out of it when it's our citizens eligible and non-eligible? I just don't know how it's confusing. It just doesn't make any sense.
And I don't know if it's going to be like it used to be. The producers aren't, I don't think, going to get the grant money we used to get. They're just going to pay, they've engaged with Waste Management in our area for the contract. And the producers will pay Waste Management for that contract to pick it up, but I don't believe there's that same reporting like it used to be so that someone would get revenue back. So I think that's the piece it's they're responsible for the cost of recycling it, and they're getting a price from the collector for that. So I don't know how they'll, or what requirements there are for reporting, like we used to have to report on the types of waste or types of recyclable materials. And I don't know that the producers have to do that because they're not going to get grant funding. And that was part of why we reported it, was for our grant funding. So it's a totally different model.
Go ahead, Tom. Tell me how badly.
Just a comment real quick. So the producer's gonna increase it, say hypothetically 25%. That's gonna go to the packaging or the whoever's buying that one. They're gonna increase it 25%. Then it costs you more at the shelf, 25%, and it's just a big circle and it's all gonna end up right back to where we started, where we are right now. That's my 2 cents on it. So, and that's exactly what's gonna happen. It's all gonna end up in our ocean once again.
$41,500 added in for garbage collection this year. 2026 is projected to be the same. What is, that's
I
not,
didn't update 2026.
oh, okay. But that's just the annual increase in our contract?
Yeah, based on the cost of living percentages we're estimating will be in effect. It's a mid-year when the, our contract that gets adjusted is July 1st.
That's a 20% increase. Am I right about that? That seemed to be what we're estimating.
And again, we need to open up, there's like complications with that contract. So right now they're proposing a significant change because they want us to go to carts. So we're back and forth on the cost of that. But if we were to just accept their proposal, that's the cost. If we don't, that's why we're probably gonna go out and see what's out there, but it's just, we don't know what those costs are, but that's the worst case scenario. If nothing else comes forward, we have no other way of collecting garbage. What are we gonna do?
Joyce?
But our contract's only up the end of June or June of 2026, so they're in contravention of our garbage schedule. So they need to come to us, I feel, and give us this, not just forecast it and just say, this is what you owe. That I don't think this is good business as far as waste management's concerned to infringe on a contract. Recycling, yes, it's changed. We know that. But when it comes to our garbage, it should be status quo.
And that's what we'll be coming back to you. But your answer you may not like. So that is going to be coming back. We're just trying to show a budget that will allow you to continue to collect the garbage. But yes, it is this item that has to come back. But they're pushing for a change.
But they also want to coincide it with their current, with the dual truck. So that, you know, the blue box has changed, but garbage hasn't, but they still, so now they're gonna push to make it work for them, but not for the municipality. Like when we're working with tax dollars, like it's not good business. It's end of line.
Well, it's not good business on our part, but it sounds like it's good business on Waste Management's part. Tom?
Once we're done this item, I'm just wondering, through you, if we ask, Treasurer Mike to give us a recap of where we are kind of currently. Don't mind, thank you.
I don't think that there's anything else on this one that,
So we're at 12%. We have put in, like I had said earlier on your sheets, you noticed that we had the Saugeen Valley Category 1 and our share of the Weki project. We've reduced the corporate legal. We've removed the 1-ton truck. We've requested Elmwood to reduce the transfer to Elmwood Fire to reduce the transfer to reserve, and we've adjusted the fire revenues. So we are now at, that is a net reduction of 66,797. So we're at 12%.
Jeffrey?
Sorry, I didn't hear the first two, Carrie.
They're the ones that we added in was the Saugeen Valley, the increase once, and now that we have their budget, category 1 and category 3. That was shown on your, report that was circulated with the agenda. That was an addition of 41,953. And our share of the WECI project would be 25,000. So that's on there as well. The rest were all reductions.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else with landfill? Carrie, was that, or maybe Jeff knows this one off the top. Durham landfill debris pickup. The Durham landfill really doesn't have anything being buried. It's all in bins. Where's the $17,000? You dropped it by 20, but it's all in bins. Being at the landfill, we have on a work schedule at least 3 individuals working at the landfill every day, but the Durham landfill is open. How much more what do we got to pick up?
That is actually the bins at the landfill.
So that's the pickup of the pickup.
Then moving it to, yeah, waste bins and transferring it.
And the recycling pickup? We have bins there, but with this recycling, and the circular economy or whatever it wants to be, spin, spin, spin. Why wouldn't that be the responsibility of waste management?
Okay, so the bins that are there in 2025 will be for depot pickup only. So that was part of the staff report you saw in September, where we entered into agreement to continue with the recycling depots for 2025 as part of the transition. Part of the assessment that will occur in 2025, if that needs to occur in 2026 or not. There is some debate. SEMO doesn't want the depot style, and some of the municipalities that do have a heavily weighted recycling collection based on depots are pushing for it. A decision will be formally made in 2025 moving forward on if the depot recycling will even be an option.
Okay. All right. Joyce.
Where does it reflect the revenue we're supposed to generate from the stewards? Or with the circular agreement? I don't see the revenue line for that.
So there's a portion of it in the revenues under landfill recycling. Some of that is our regular scrap metal recycling, but that is also where the portion that SEMO would be giving us for the bins to offset a portion of those bins.
Okay. Joyce, go ahead.
But what about the curbside? Like, I thought we were supposed to like generate like over $20,000 or something from this circular blue box funding.
Yeah, there's no curbside revenue. It's only for the bins at the landfill because we've opted to operate the bins on their behalf. So we get some revenue for operating those bins. So that's in your recycling revenue that you see at the top. Again, that also includes other like scrap metal recycling, but that is where having the bins at the landfill site, that's where that revenue is shown.
So the only cost savings is that they're still going to continue to pick it up curbside, but it's just no charge for the cost for the pickup on curbside.
Correct. For the eligible portions, we will not see the bill for that. That is billed directly to the producer.
And the great debate is on what's eligible and what's not eligible. Joyce?
So in order for us to make more people use curbside to offset the cost of curbside, we should be charging them to bring it into the landfill site because that's still a cost to a $13,000. So if they use curbside, that should lessen. We should need less bins. Just a thought.
Also, we've always tried to encourage diversion as opposed to burying the waste. So we don't want to arbitrarily encourage them to just put it in with their garbage and not, because there is value to preserving our values.
Further?
But I'm just talking about the recycling that people are bringing in. Like, I can't stop people if they're just too lazy to separate it. But if they're going to bring it into the landfill site when they have the opportunity to put it at the curb, why wouldn't we want to try to enforce that more with the residents for a cost saving?
I get the theory, but if you're gonna charge people for recycling, you risk that they will just landfill it and waste it then. They do, part of the motivation to recycle is to reduce your waste, so you have less cost on your garbage. So if we're going to charge them on both ends, we may end up encouraging them just to put it in one garbage bag instead of separating it. That's, just a risk that you may unintentionally result in.
Okay. Anything else? Bennett landfill materials and supplies. 23, we had 60,000. 24, we had 35,000. Now we're down to 25,000. Drywall and shingles. I don't. It's an expense. Bendick landfill. Just below Bendick workman's comp.
Yeah, that was a new diversion that became available in 2024.
The new diversion.
Historically, that material was landfilled. Now there is a party interested in that material, so there is an opportunity to not landfill it anymore and to divert it.
So that would be under revenues. Where I guess what I'm
There isn't a specific line item for that revenue yet. It's just captured under the general revenue when they come in. And then they're directed rather than to actually the landfill and phase to the bunker silo for diversion.
So you can tell me that that's at least revenue neutral. Or you're saying that that's saving us a lot of space in the landfill at a cost of $25,000 a year.
A combination of the two.
And it's not just that that's in that materials and supplies. So there's a reduction in that line item for materials and supplies, but it also incorporates the trailer rental for the mattress program. If we need safety gear and equipment for the individual, for the workers. So there's all kinds of operational materials and supplies in that line item, but it has decreased by 10,000.
Okay. All right. Anything else on landfills? So overall, the landfill budget, part of it being created by this wonderful new recycling program is costing us $110,000 more a year. Wow. I think to your point, Ms. Noon, this is great business for somebody.
And other municipalities have seen that same frustration and have gone ahead of us on moving to producer responsibility. It is the pain point shared by our leaders as well.
And Waste Management is the monopoly player in this. And that's the way recycling is going to be in Ontario. Huh. So can I conclude that, thank you, Mr. Doug Ford and the provincial government, that you've downloaded again to the municipality on this great recycling program? Property taxpayers. Is anybody watching out there, Ashley? Oh, I won't say anything. I'll let it go. There's too many people here. Okay. Nothing else on landfills. Bury our heads. Library. Biggest thing in library is library wages. Beat up on them enough?
Yeah, there was a report at the previous meeting, the component of wages and benefits, and increased service levels for a new position and additional hours. Website and the phone system. That was a report that was at the last meeting.
There's 46,000 on wages and 62,000 on other payments. So
the wages that you see above, the wages flow through the municipality, and you charge them back to the library board. So the net, the 600 or 497,000 is offset by the 477,000 of revenues. The only difference in there is the transfer to capital, that is our portion that is not war related.
Okay. Everybody happy with library? It's a good job to renting out snowshoes the last couple of weeks. It probably got great use. Next one is other protections. There's a 0% increase. Crossing guard. Doug,
Question. Just a question on the other protection. Fence viewing, didn't we say, do something to get rid of fence viewing or something?
Amy,
Three Miracles, yes, we did opt out of the Line Fences Act, save and except with rail fences. That's the one section of the act that we're not permitted to opt out of. So as far as fence viewing between properties goes, where there's no rail line, there is a mechanism in place now to deal with that outside of the municipality, whereby the neighbors would have to deal with it independently.
so rail fence? Cedar rail or steel rails? Let it be. Okay. And the next one, as I said, was crossing guard. Significant increase here. And that was to up the levels of crossing guard to the one for the Normanby school. Joyce?
It would be under capital vote. There, we talked about maybe new, lighting, down on Sadler, was it? Highway 6 or Sadler, was it at that intersection? Is that, I know you were reaching out to the MTO, or someone was, to see if that was, a go. It just doesn't show it a line item for that, so I didn't know if that was part of this year's budget or not.
I think it's 18,000, but I can't remember just which line it's in. Mhm.
Sorry, I didn't look closely. This is operations. It does reflect under the capital. Thank you.
Okay. It's not a big thing, but crossing guards is $2,500 in materials and supplies. Is that the same as Phil? Jack.
So we are creating a new stop. We'll have new crossing guards, so we need to outfit them with the signs, the safety vests and the gear to, so it's also not just for wear and tear on the existing guards, but we actually need to outfit new guards for the new crossing.
Okay. Anything else? Okay to stick there? It's past 12:30. Do you want to break for lunch? Everybody's good on that? All right. We'll break for lunch. We didn't bring lunch in, did we? Well, geez, there's why you don't do budget. Your time management's not very good. All right, can we be back by 11:30? Time travel, 1:30? All right. Everybody, good. Ready to go, Ash? Thank you, Ashley. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. When we left, we were at K9. And we were 12%, you said, Carrie? We found not quite one full percentage point yet. Couple more to go. Okay, brings us down to recreation. Anything in recreation? The revenues at the Durham Arena. There's revenue Durham Arena, there's revenue Durham Hall, there's revenue Durham Ice Rentals, there's. So the revenue Durham Arena, is that the floor at the arena that's being rented?
Yes, that would be, the cross, if the cross was there or if any other floor rentals would be that.
With lacrosse in the coming year, from what I understand, the arena and Owen Sound is going to be down. Lacrosse is going to be played. The Owen Sound, what is the junior team? Cody is going to play here, as well as a few games from the senior team. Yeah, you can take Mike's chair. Mike's chair. And with the advancement in lacrosse, is that even close? 2023 actual was 19,500. Then we backed it off to 12,000 and now we're back up to 16. We're still not even back to where we were in 2023 and there's more use going on the floor. Am I scratching there a little bit, Cody?
Thank you, and through you, we do not have a firm commitment if that team will be joining us just yet. However, we have had conversations with them and we may not necessarily have time to fully allocate towards them, but we will have some time to allocate towards their practices. So there could potentially be increased revenues over there.
And the junior team is going to play, there is going to be a junior C team, junior B team, whatever it is, lacrosse. I've heard from Wes Gray. Is that included in here as well too?
That's still not confirmed yet.
That's not confirmed either.
No.
Wow. Okay. Anything else? Is it confirmed after the 14th, this Saturday, that the Maple Leafs will be playing here on a permanent basis? For the simple fact that, they might be competitive and they have a possibility of winning the OHA Senior A title. They're never going to get a Stanley Cup. Okay. All right. Anything else then on the Durham Arena? It's not a big thing, but wages go up 10,000, which would be grid movement and a few cola. But Omer's goes up 3,800. So is that part-time people jumping on or what?
Yes, there's no waiting period now for part-time, so they can, be part of Homer's right out of the gate if they elect to do so.
So we've hired a couple of new part-timers and they've elected to come on, or,
Existing part-timers can also elect to come on. So if all of them want to, they can. Our 2023 was $10,000. Several uptake on.
yeah, I guess that's we're just that little jump because we only budgeted 7,100 for. So we weren't anticipating many coming on, but obviously they all have. Okay,
Year to date in 2024, we're at 11,500.
okay. Anything else? Just the one on the utilities, the arena gets 90% of the utility charges goes to the arena. Unlike the police and the fire, where the police pays the whole thing. The hall pays 10%. I just don't get the budgeting process because utilities is at 80,000. And the Durham Hall at 10% is at 9,000. Utilities at the Durham Arena for the arena portion went down $6,000. But on the other side, the hall part goes up. I'm 3,000. And at 10%, 9,000 is not quite 10% of 80.
Yeah, no, we didn't, so he's got,
And then it drops in 26 to 7,000.
yeah, and we didn't pay a lot of attention to the 2026 forecast, so, but we can look at the, so down in the hall. Utilities, 9,000. 6. 75. Now we can adjust that if you want.
Well,
It's just an arbitrary allocation of 90 and 10%, but he's probably looking at prior years and with an amount.
okay. Joyce,
Don't those billable units always fluctuate based on their consumption too, from one year to the next? That might factor it as well. You know how your consumption, when you're figuring out the capital finance charges, and it's always based on that, if it's over there's that 1,500 cubic meters used. And anything above that's factored, and if it's below that, then you're just at a minimum. So that might make some differences too.
That's just the hydro. Water and sewer is a different line item.
Oh, okay.
anything else? Not that it's much, but what's the contract labor at the arena?
So there is the elevator maintenance each month. We had someone help us with the ice making when we were short-staffed. But mostly it's the elevator, the monthly elevator maintenance.
So it would be under the hall.
The arena, 7,200, 3011, that the one you're looking at?
Yeah, that's the arena labor.
Contract labor, so that's the elevator maintenance to Davis Hill. Monthly contract.
And then the arena contract labor, we have it in at 6,500.
And the arena contract labor is the elevator. Contract labor, areas.
2,000. Well, it's split. It's under the same number.
So there's cleaning services at the arena and the town
Oh.
hall. So that's the arena portion, monthly cleaning services in the kitchen. That was started back in the. If I should, previous counselor date, that was. Started.
Okay. All right. Anything else on the Durham rec? Scott?
Under Durham Arena, vending supplies and canteen supplies. Or I thought it was rented out in the arena.
So in 2042, we done something on the exhaust hood at the canteen. And we had called in someone for the fryer, diagnose that, why it was not working. So we do still have to do maintenance on the equipment.
And with the summer program, there's OMERS there. That would be permanent staff part of the OMERS, like the summer staff wouldn't pay into OMERS, would they, as part-time staff?
If they want to, they can.
Oh,
Yeah, it is a change that Omer's did. There's no longer a waiting period. We used to have a combination of 700 hours over the previous 2 years, and they did away with that. So every every employee, part-timers can elect, full-timers have to.
Hmm.
So when that says summer programs, it's actually the arena staff. It could be part-time staff. But that's maintaining the pool, cutting the grass. That's not the actual swim program,
Right.
lifeguard staff. That's in a different budget, but that's sort of maintaining the facilities, summer facilities.
Okay. All right, thanks, Tom. Capital expense. In 23, we budgeted 78, spent 64. Last year we 12.5. I don't know what we spent. Now we're bouncing it back up to 87,000 this year. I'm not even any idea. Well, and a transfer to reserve of 60 in 2026. Do we know what we're spending money on this year? It was 12,500 that was budgeted.
Liner replacement at the wading pool was what that one was. And then we put into reserve 47,500. We're budgeting to pull some of that in 2025.
We're not sure what we're gonna purchase.
Compressor.
Okay. A couple of years ago, we put that off to replace the compressor. Or did we buy one a couple of years ago?
There's two compressors there, but I think there was also new.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thoughts there on the arena? Town hall? Normandy Arena. Any idea, Carrie, what our revenues are at the Normandy Arena this year? As of
We're at 221,000.
And we're budgeting 180,000. So we see for 2025, ice time rentals going down or what?
Ice time itself is at 207 right now. Total revenues was at 221, but ice is at 207 right now.
Again, as I said, because Normanby budget is slightly different, the arena, there is no hall budget there. The revenues are all lumped in.
Not in the ice rental line though. There's a separate hall rental line. And I'm not sure if minor hockey is discussing different amalgamations and mergers for the next season again, so we're not certain of the impact on our facilities, similar to this year when they amalgamated with Hanover. But they are talking about another round, and I don't know the impact of what that'll be on our facility.
Well, it was 180,000 in 2024. We just transferred that over to for 2025, and as I said, we're already at 200. $207, feels like. And that's not even including to the end of the year. So Cody, would it be on the revenue side, with summer ice and everything being heavily used, would 20,000 on that budget line for revenue be more realistic? Or are we using that just as a little bit of a buffer?
Through you, it's hard to say because our revenues do ebb and flow. But 20,000 isn't unrealistic. But I'll leave that to the will of council.
Well, to recognize realistic, I'll ask Mr. Hutchison, Tom, if he'll take over the chair, and I'd make a motion that that revenue line be increased to at least 20,000.
So how about I assume the chair there, Mr. Mayor, and which I've done, sir, and the floor is yours now. To make that official.
I make a motion that the revenue line for Normanby Arena be increased by 20,000. Totaling to 200, yes. Yes.
Have that, Mr. Clerk. Okay, so I'd like to move by Kevin. Is everybody clear on what's he's put forward? Councilor Shay, you'll second that one? Okay. Any comments or questions on this motion that Mayor Eccles has put forward? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Well, council members in favor, none opposed. That one has passed, and I will send the chair back to the mayor.
Just hold on.
Oh, here we go again. All right, well, I will hold the
So
chair.
the
The floor is
Durham-
yours.
The Durham Arena, and I guess this is where yeah, Normanby's got summer ice. It certainly is a boost. But even the summer ice, Eaton seems to, I don't know, they've got a lot more ice rental showing than what Durham, and I'm still not certain at 125 that I would suggest there's probably another 115 or another 115, another 15 in there. What's Durham ice rentals as of now in 2024?
103.
103. And last year, summer floor surface was rented out for. Yes. Twenty-four.
24, sorry. Sorry. We had 15,000.
Wow. And I guess we're charging enough for the ice, for the floor surface. There's more kids playing lacrosse, more registered players in lacrosse than there is in figure skating and minor hockey put together. I guess the expenses aren't as much. Thank you. No, I'm fine. Yeah, go ahead. Can't get any blood out of a stone. Anything else on the Normanby Arena? Hall rental? Go ahead, Scott.
Right under Normanby, recreation advertising, $4,000. What are we advertising?
So that is all of our board rentals, signs, advertising.
Actual newspaper then.
No. And that's on the revenue side, yeah. Just in saying that, the interesting one with Normanby Arena, the hall rental isn't separated out in Normanby. Centennial Hall is, but the hall in Normanby Arena is not. Correct? Yeah. Okay. Nobody else has anything on Normanby Arena? Centennial Hall. Gearing up on the capital. The only thing that's really a big variant there is the 5,000 extra going into hall transfer capital. Is there anything projected there as to why we're doubling the transfer to reserve? Asset management for the roof replacement for,
Centennial Hall had 5,000 for pavilion equipment that they're replacing and 5,000 for the kitchen and into reserve.
okay. Councillor New, Joyce?
Just for clarity, it wasn't for the pavilion, it was for, the ball lights. The 5,000 and 5,000 for the kitchen rentals.
I'll check with John, but he had pavilion equipment. So I will double check, but I think he was planning on, I think it's the priors or something like that, and the pavilion is what that was for.
Okay, anything else? Well, fine with that. Newstead Arena. Anything on there? So I'm slightly confused on the Ball Diamond or the Newstead Arena, Ball Diamond revenue. That'll be for the floor rental. And then we have recreational program revenue. We're not on the same place.
Through you, so the first line, the arena and ball diamond revenue, that's for rentals of the facility. When it refers to programming revenue, that is in-house programming that we run, so that would account for your Friday night roller skating, your adult roller skating, and then pickleball.
Okay. Anything else? Nobody? Should have started with breakfast and then everybody would have been quiet. We would have been done at 11 o'clock. Counselor Hutchison, Doug?
Yeah, see, under there's a engineering fee, recreation arena engineering fee, so, there wasn't anything in last year's budget. What is this part of the asset management thing or what is that fee?
So that we are required, every 2 or 3 years, is it 3? To do structural inspections on our arenas. And that is a requirement outside of our asset management plan. That is a requirement. We have to get that.
Anything else with Newstead Arena? Nothing? Nothing? Everybody wants to stay away from rec. Recreation. This is West Grave Recreation. Okay. Anything here? How do we make out with revenues in the recreation program? 2024 was pretty much done. We have a number there, Carrie?
$52,200.
So we're showing 105. We only made 50% of the revenue projected. I think popular, but we're still showing 105 in 2025. The chances of us making 105 are, Cody?
We had some changes to our contract labor as well as this was our first year jumping back into the full day camp scheme. So we're hoping to build it as we continue to grow. with that being said, before the summer, we were looking at our programming numbers, and our staffing costs were reduced based on our programming ratio, so there were cost savings found there. But we are hopeful that we will obtain those revenue targets this year.
So that's pretty much a revenue neutral, isn't it?
Yes, for the $50,000 unobtained revenue, our staffing costs were down approximately that as well.
No, it's revenue neutral. You said the costing was down 50,000. Did you have it in at 200,000 or? Were they revenue neutral? They offset? Our programming revenue to the programming costs?
No.
Thank you. Nothing else on that? Just wanted to say, it's one of the points where it's a fee type schedule. We got $107,000 in revenue and 416,000 in costs to run our recreation program. Under the operating, you don't show capital revenues. West Grey Rec Provincial Grant, that doesn't come in anymore? To offset?
Typically, we are very successful in obtaining grants. However, from a budgeting perspective, we usually don't include them in the budget because with grants being the way they are, you can't always count on them.
And just following up with that, and maybe this is the Director of Finance, but did we receive anything in 2020, like this year? For those provincial grants?
Is this on the capital? No, we have not. My main street isn't under there. No, that was the economic development one, right? Yeah.
Sorry, Joyce, go ahead.
Okay, under the materials and supplies, I guess it's things you'll need to run these camps. Is this additional that you'll need for 28,000, or can you reuse a lot of the items that you would have received in like for 2024? That like could we scale that down in any way, or is that what you're going to need?
So those materials and supplies, that line also covers off a lot of our signature event series. that does not generate revenue, but provides community programming. There are a lot of materials and supplies within our programming that we are able to reuse from year over year. But there are a lot that are just consumable with operating the programs.
Okay. Go ahead, Doug.
Just a question on programs and the signature programs and stuff like that, the Halloween event and stuff like that. I mean, there were things we never had. They were brought in because of COVID. But what kind of expenses are like, those are not revenue generators by any stretch of the imagination. They're expenditures. How much do we spend on that stuff? And do we need to continue to spend money on that stuff? As I say, it was brought in because of COVID. It was never done before. How much do we, instead of spending it as a municipality, I mean, Hanover does something on their main street, but I think it's strictly through their chamber and BIA or whatever over there. And the municipality, I don't think funds that at all. So how much do we need to continue to fund it here in Durham?
Thank you, and through you. With the Halloween event, we do rely quite heavily on our sponsorship. You'll see that under the Westbury Recreation donations line. So there is some revenue generated from that event. It's not revenue neutral by any means, but there is some revenue that comes in. It's up to council if we'd like to look at service level changing as well.
If I could ask the director again of finance, what's our revenue right now look at, like at the New Stick Community Center?
We're at 16,500 total. We budgeted a total of 21,550. And right now we're at 16,500.
In 2025, we're budgeting 14,000 for the New Stick Community Center.
Online?
Yes.
We're at 13,165 for just the one line of the revenue.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Anything else in Community Hall? Then we've got parks. Anybody got any comments on parks? How many parks do we have, Cody?
Quite a few.
As good an answer as I could expect, yes? Carrie?
I believe will that be part of the recreation master plan as well? When they look at that next year for 2025 facilities and also active and inactive park areas.
Because we do put one at Bentic Centennial Park, looking at porta potties. We put one at Normanby Junior Farmers Park. We put one at, no, we don't. Varney Pond's not ours yet, so we don't put one there. Centennial Hall, we have a number of porta potty rentals. It's 4 or 5 that we put out every year. You know, you're looking at it. Yeah, they're parks, keep them up, keep them into the community. We don't contract that grass cutting out. We do that ourselves.
I believe. Because I think it's a mix. We do, some is contracted out. But some is done by recreation staff.
Yeah. Hence why we have the machine time in there at 10,000.
Through you, about 90% of our grass cutting within parks is contracted out.
Does that seem about right? At 10,000 for machine time?
That would, so anytime the guys are doing any of the garbage cleanup, there's a truck that's involved. That's charged to the parks. If they're barricades, if they're putting those out again, anytime there's a public works assistance, it's charged out, the machine time is charged out, depending on what it is that they're using.
Further, one of the largest costs for machine time would also be all of our watering throughout the summer as well, for the hanging baskets and such.
Okay. All right. Doug. Councilor Hutchison.
Yeah, just wondering in here, I don't see a lot of our line for flowers and gardens, maintenance, that type of thing, like soil mulch. Is that in there somewhere going here? I could, we spend some money on flowers.
Materials and supplies, we've got $10,800. That doesn't, or 15,800, I should say. That includes 5,000 for the expanded community garden. But otherwise that incorporates some of the soil mulch type items.
Referring to the other gardens, like not the community garden, but just regular gardens, sign gardens, that type of thing. Okay, so there is 15,000 in there, you said.
Through you, that $15,000 that the director of finance just spoke to, that covers a lot of the mulch topsoil. I'll say the bulk landscaping materials that are purchased. But when it comes to our beautification efforts, our flowers, plants, so on and so forth. That falls under the economic development line, under the commercial beautification line. That line does also include all of our holiday seasonal lighting, pole banners, all of that as well.
Anything else? There? There's just so many of those. Excuse me. You know, we got machine time, we got parks and wages. In there at 32, machine time at 10,000, you know, that was to take care of grass cutting or contract. Oh, we've got 5,000 in on contract labor. 2023, it was $9,600. And then with the Newstead Park, we've got contract labor there at $5,500. Ground maintenance at 5,000. I'm just trying to. Who's tripping over who to get all of this done? Nobody? Okay. Joyce?
Oh, I'm just kind of wondering, in the municipality, volunteers versus, staff. I was just wondering, kind of like, in all the areas, like I know in Ayton, I help with a lot of the, some of the gardens and with the lands, or like with decor for holiday seasons and stuff like that. Are Newstead and Durham about the same with volunteers as well, or do we have to rely on staff in some of these locations for those extras?
Through you, if I can ask clarification, are you just referring to holiday decorating?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess like, I know in our area, there's like any facilities with gardens, staff looks after. Then the signs and the butterfly garden, it's volunteers. And then when we do the decorating of those, it's done by volunteers. So, and seeing like, in Durham here, for instance, now all the swags on the bridges and different things, even here on the building, who looks after those sorts of things?
In speaking to each of the communities, with the exception of Ayton, it's a combined effort. We did lean on some volunteers to assist with the Christmas beautification in Durham, but there was some that was done by staff as well. Similar to Ayton, as you know, the volunteers look after a lot of the beautification, but then I was over there assisting with the hanging of Christmas lights, right? So.
No thoughts of adjustments there? Newstead Park? Joyce?
I guess this would be directed to our CAO. I know with rationalization, you're looking at for bridges. For recreation, would you be looking at, like with our Lamb Lash, or not Lamb Lash so much, but say our Glen Elk Hall, all halls in general, I guess, to see whether it's beneficial for the municipality to continue with having those sorts of assets when they're really being a big cost burden to the ratepayers. So I was just wondering if, you know, when amalgamation happened, nobody wanted to lose anything, but maybe it wasn't done quite right. But in saying that though, like, maybe we need to show some type of business plan or something to show why there's a need to eliminate some of these assets. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to that. That is exactly what we will be looking at. So first and foremost, when we do a rec master plan, we will look at all of our assets, buildings, parks, as well as the services the municipality wants to provide to our residents. We need to be very clear that recreation is never a money-making venture for municipalities around what services as a community we want to provide back to our residents. But bringing that data forward for council to have a consideration. And this municipality is not unlike most rural municipalities. You're absolutely right. Every small community prior to amalgamation brought their assets, which were very beloved by the people in that particular hamlet or village, and people didn't want to get rid of them. But now what we're trying to do is, okay, what is the cost of maintaining these facilities? Cody and I have had a lot of discussions. What does usage look like? So where does that all play? And all of those pieces will be brought back together so council can start to make an informed decision. And I'll speak to ice arenas because I'm fairly familiar with that from some previous life I had. What the number of ice surfaces that a municipality generally provides, there's a formula, X ice surfaces per resident. Many communities are oversubscribed, have more ice surfaces than they need to, based on the numbers. Then it becomes a political decision, but starting to look at that saying, and this is ultimately the cost long-term we're seeing over the next 10 years that the compressor is going to need to be replaced. We're going to need a new ice resurfacer. And then hopefully council can start to make some informed decisions. And perhaps with some of the halls, there may be an opportunity to divest of them either for sale into the private market or perhaps even just turning them back to the community for a nominal fee, but at least that takes away the expense. So all of that data will be coming forward with those various pieces that we will be bringing forward. It'll probably be later in 2025. I'd like to hope it could be before we go into 2026 budget discussions.
Okay. Was there anything there in those Newstead Park? Then we've got the Durham Park. So the bottom part of that is carrying after that total operating expense of our parks is budgeted for 120,000, 2025. Yep.
Year to date in 2024, we're at 106,000.
Yep. Else? $120,000 with what do we see? Contributions and whatnot, so 120,000. So 118,000 after you take a bit of revenue off. All right. If there's nothing there, then we're back into halls again, and to your point, Joyce, Lamlash, and Canal halls, there they are. Alcohol won't have much revenue, not a election year. Once every 4 years. But 2025 should be, there should be more than that in there because provincial elections, federal elections. Not much in either one of them. There's certainly no revenue generation, and it costs us 20,000 a year, give or take, to maintain both those buildings. Keep the key in the lock or keep the door that it could be unlocked. There's nothing to do with the overall maintenance of them. Okay. Nobody wants to take a swipe at that one. Then there's the other halls that we jointly own, Elmwood and Stoddard Hall, Riceville. Slight increase in the capital that we had put in last time for the Elmwood Hall. Any thoughts there, on either one of those? Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, just, as our CEO said, we'll have more information coming forward when they look at this, but obviously, if the hall is getting used, that's one thing. You don't mind putting some money into it, but if you look at the Gunnell Hall, $150 revenue, you know, it's one rental, two rentals, I don't know. At least Lamlash is getting used. It's a sort of a community center. Stoddard Hall and Priceville gets used somewhat. I don't know how many rentals they've had in the last year or two, but something we can find out. But and they are looking at doing something with accessibility. So there's a community support there. But that's the big factor, I think, is the hall getting used? And if it's not getting used, why are we keeping it? Why are we maintaining it? So I think that's important going forward.
Any other comments? Stoddard Hall, Elmwood Hall, you said $2,600, $50 addition. To keep Elmwood going. Nobody's got any thoughts of? No? All right, we'll wait for that little bit of a recreational master plan. Newstead Water and Sewer. Anybody in that? Self-funding? Gary, balance is out. Do we need to buy, is there any chance of buying a little bit of extra paint? This will be more to you, Jeff. Extra paint for Newstead Water. The name Newstead on the water tower is smaller than West
Yes.
Gray. Can we expand the Newstead name to make it the same size as West Gray?
Apparently I'm a little slow in the afternoon. I understand what you're talking about, yes. No, there is no plan to erase West Gray from the tower and paint a great big new set on the tower.
Yeah.
That's no.
I'll continue to explain that to the two citizens of Newstead that have been harassing me constantly. Consistently, not constantly, consistently.
They've consistently expressed their views to me on it too, and yeah, I can appreciate why they've reached out to you after contacting me.
Yeah, okay, fine. Newstead Water, yeah, as I said, it's still self-funding. Carry anything else?
We'll probably be bringing forward, separate bylaw for the water sewer rates for both Durham and Newstead. In the future, they, do need to be just adjusted a wee bit just to keep up with the increasing expenses, but that will.
Is there I believe I've got it right, but in Newstead and the Durham system, there's a capital surcharge on a quarterly basis in both of them,
Yeah, we call it a capital and financing charge.
right?
So if we borrowed, it's paying that charge, is paying back the, loan payments. If it's an actual, they can fund the expenditure without borrowing, then those funds are used to pay for the expenses, the capital expenses. But both systems do have that capital and financing charge.
Right. And both systems have a small reserve.
No.
It has continually been reinvested back into the systems.
Yeah, it's the nature of the systems. When they do need construction, it's very expensive and they get into a deficit borrowing position and it takes a while to get it back up. So they've both been, Newstead has had some with the water tower and some large expenses. And then Durham with some of the upgrades with additional servicing in the underground in Durham and in water well and different things. They've been facing a lot of growth pressures as well, which are adding to that. So.
And we did have been able to use a small amount of development charges in either one of those.
Yeah, no, our last development charges study did not have anything for water and sewer systems. Council elected not to have that part of the development charge. We do have in both systems a capital connection charge. So both systems do have that. So that generates some revenue at the time of connection of new services to the system.
Yep. Joyce?
So when you have a brand new subdivision, you can't apply development fees because it's new? Like, based on what you had shared earlier about new versus replacing.
So the water and sewer systems there's not a component in there for water and sewer. The new homes would still get a development charge. When a large subdivision is put in, the developer will look after the underground, installing the underground servicing, and then they transfer the ownership to us. But they have installed that, as per the subdivision agreements typically.
So even with the infrastructure for that new road, it doesn't apply then either, being the developers doing it all? Like the development fee to offset it?
The developer will, the subdivision agreement typically speaks to bringing the underground water sewer servicing, the road, curbs, sidewalk, any of the other servicing requirements. They have to have those put in place before they would transfer the ownership of that new asset of the road or the underground to the municipality.
Building department. All self-funded. Any concern, any questions? Any place for savings to go into play? For today's part, is there any levy dollars in this building department?
No, there is not in the building department.
Go ahead, Tom.
Mayor Eccles, quick question through you to CBO Shipwreck. Is there, how do we show Chatsworth in here? Is that, or is it just, this is our portion and they have their own budget? Is that how this is, or? For me,
Yeah, the second line there, building revenue from Chatsworth is showing at 80,000.
And just so I'm clear, Carl, that 80,000 is, it's a flat fee per year? And was there any inspection add-ons for our expenses or not?
The contract is we receive 50% of the building department revenue from Chatsworth. So if we were collecting 80, then the total would be 160,000 that they collect overall. So if their building department permit application numbers go down or up, then that number may fluctuate depending on where we're at. Now, they increased their building department fees last year to make up because they were in a bit of a deficit. So they have increased their building department fees. I think it took effect sometime, I think it was March 2024, this year, I guess, not last year, March 2024. So they're trying to keep their revenue right around that $150,000-$160,000 range, ideally.
Go ahead.
that's, thank you. So how do we determine proportionally, like, I understand how our department works here in our municipality. But how do we understand that, you know, you have 50% of the building department permit over there, just say is it offsetting enough to justify like all that support we do? I've always tried to figure that. You know, we're over there hypothetically twice a week or 2 days a week. We're working there 50%, but if they, you know, if they're not doing anything, not building, there's nothing going on. Is it not kind of, we're not kind of at a loss there where we should be back here working? Just, I understand. I thought it was always, my understanding was we're always 2 days there. I'm not trying to get into the operation, but I'm trying to understand how that number works in.
Yeah, through chair. So we do inspections 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays. So we have an inspector in Chatsworth on those days, but all the plans review and all the plans review is done in West Grade by other inspectors, not necessarily on those 2 days a week. So we sort of look at, when we decided on the fees, we sort of looked at percentage wise of what the amount of work we would require in Chatsworth versus West Gray, and they would pay a proportional amount of revenue. And approximately, I mean, it's never going to be perfect every year to make the exact amount, but Chatsworth has committed, at least through their CAO, to try to keep that their fees in that 150 range, so that, because that 80,000, the 75, 80,000 sort of covers that cost of
if their building permit numbers drastically decreased and it wasn't covering our expense, then yeah, we would have to have a discussion on the contract. But I believe right now, if they can maintain their fees in that 180 range, which would mean, or 160 range, which means we would get 80, that sort of covers that cost of.
Well, thank you, CBO Shepherd. So again, if they drop down to a $120, you know, 120 grand and then 50%. So obviously there's an impact, and I understand. So you're always trying to maintain, or what if their growth stopped them, or if they don't have any development? That's, don't you drop down to a day a week sort of thing offset, or weeks?
So we sort of looked at, to be honest, Chatsworth's building permit numbers don't fluctuate drastically because they don't have a large reliance on residential. And that's really where the fluctuation happens in residential construction, where 1 year where the interest rates are really high or versus lower, there's in 2020 and 2021 where there was a large demand on housing. Chatsworth is a lot more agricultural based for their building permit fees, and those don't necessarily change as drastically from 1 year to the next. So their fees don't fluctuate that much, at least over the last 5 years that I've been here. They did go up slightly in 2020 and 2021, and then came down slightly last year, or would have if the building permit fees hadn't been increased. But with the increase in the building permit fees, they're right around that same number.
Thank you. Just well, I'll be honest with you, CBO Shepherd, I've been asked, you know, by several developers and builders across the, you know, our DC versus their DC kind of proportionally costed out. You know, there's so much, we're so much. And it's actually, it is an interesting question. I didn't really understand the break. I had an idea on the 50. So how you arrive at that number that, you know, you're not over there more and you're here, whatever it is, it's still relevance to that statement. But I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, sure. So we assume that it's probably one person in the inspector wage category to do the amount of work required in Chatsworth. Now, so that 80,000 approximately covers not quite one full person.
Joyce?
So I take it then our bylaws for fees and that must be the same as like Chatsworth and West Grays are the same. Like they have to be equivalent, I guess, to compare your time if the fees are the same.
The fees aren't, the building permit fees are not equal in Chatsworth. They were up until last year when Chatsworth decided to raise their fees. They didn't have as much of a reserve as West Gray did. So they didn't have that buffer in there when we expected the fees or the permit numbers to drop in 2024. I will be bringing forward a proposal to increase building permit fees for West Gray in early 2025 for West Gray as well. And some of that has been captured in the proposed revenue for 2025.
I also noticed you don't show in the line item for revenue for septic. Is septic now just part of that overall permit that you don't show it separate anymore? Or what's the reasoning that you don't do a line budget for that?
Yeah, I spoke to our director of finance there. There really is no reason to keep septic separate anymore. We did at one point because we had a separate septic inspector doing septics rather than the building, but right now there's no point there's not necessary to keep a septic. No different than we don't keep separate revenues for agricultural buildings versus residential buildings. It's all done by the same department, by the same people. So
I guess I just look at it because sometimes it's not necessarily a new septic bed because of what the new building, but it may be for a replacement septic bed. So sometimes, I guess you would know in your department though, those separate, those permits in case you need them for, say, reference for a sale. Like sometimes people need to know when that bed was installed and so on and so forth. So anyways, just a thought.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So we have all those records in our building permit software and through iCity to know exactly what fees or what permits are we are issuing. But the revenue that we are collecting for each, we don't need to keep separate.
Just a kind of a follow-up question. You had said the fee that Chatsworth pays basically offsets a body to do the inspections and stuff. But what about you know, the vehicle and the fuel and those sort of expenses, the computer expenses, all that stuff? Are we absorbing all that, or is Chatsworth getting an additional, should they get an additional line item for those additional expenses?
Yeah, through you, Chair. So those items comes out of their 50%. They cover the cost of a vehicle, they cover the cost of office space, they cover any materials required, and they require, and their admin person that's in Chatsworth is covered with their 50% of those fees.
Okay, anything else? We certainly will be meeting target for revenue in 2024 with a couple of big bills going. So our revenue, you've dropped it back. Just looking between 25 and 26, you're expecting more subdivisions. One on the west side of Newstead, of course, will be going ahead. It'll be ready by that time now that natural gas is in Newstead. No, not yet. It just, your budget is 310. 2026, it's going back up to 420.
Yeah, to be honest, like Kerry expressed, we didn't really look a whole lot at 2026. I'm not sure. I believe those numbers in that calculation were just automatic based on a formula. And we just didn't adjust that number. Yeah, so I apologize for that.
Budget to budget, yeah, I guess that's where it just doesn't show the difference there between 24, the variance 24 to 25 is 110. That's kind of left out of there. Number to number from the budget to budget, you can see it. It just you didn't populate that portion of it to show the amount of drop that we have there. In revenue. So. Anything else? How much of a, say it's self-funded and whatnot, how much of an administration do we charge the building department for office space and utilities and everything else to out of those building permits into our general revenue?
So that's where you see building indirect costs of $30,000.
Oh, of course he's getting it to you. Okay. Everybody all right? We'll take a quick break. Property standards. Anything there? Quite frankly, a 0% budget. Obviously, it depends on complaints, but what do you want? What do you want? You want to speak up? Yeah. Mr. Shipwreck doesn't want to comment on that. He's pointing that you are the man. So properties. Go ahead, Doug.
I was just looking at the letters here. I'm having a little confusion between property standards and property standards, but maybe just a couple of holes missing there. My question was, on the first line, it talks about property standards, wages, 10,000, and then down at the bottom, it's also got a contract labor for 24,000. So what's the difference between those?
Gary?
We allocate some of the staff wages for overseeing the contract individual. Yeah. Contract.
Jamie's budget, 50% of his wages are in here. Okay. Planning. Joyce.
I was just wondering, with the new proposal coming from the county with shared services for planning, that some of these numbers, you know, might be tweaked in some way, but, or is it just because it's something new that we have to look at how this is all going to work as a consolidated planning department?
Probably a question for the CAO.
Thank you. The county will be bringing back a proposal to county council early in the new year. If this goes into effect, it will not impact until 2026 in all likelihood.
Mhm. Anything else on planning? The official plan. That's 80,000 in there. That's to redo the official plan or the two update Durham and Newstead's official plan portion.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's coming from various reserves.
Yeah.
But that was, I think, Newstead and Durham, I think, had the official plan, am I right, Carl? Just Newstead and Durham have the official plan. But
Is this developing a brand new official plan or is it just a review of the official plan?
The proposal is that we would be hiring somebody to basically take our existing official plan and modify it, but it ultimately, with the amount of changes that have occurred since our previous official plan, that it would be basically be all brand new. The amount of changes in the Planning Act are significant.
Yeah. Wondered if that was slightly overspent, but maybe not. Okay. Councillor Hutchison. Doug?
I'm just curious, Mayor, with the director, you said that this would come out of the development charges. But how come it's hitting the budget then if it says 80,000 in our budget? It's coming out of development charges. But
the 80,000 in the revenue is shown up in transfers from reserves. There's a portion that is from development charges and a portion from we've been putting away into reserves for official plan update as well over several years. So it's a combination of those two and that 80,000 of revenue that offsets the 80,000 of expense down below.
All right. The one that's kind of strange is we've got municipal drain expense. 15,000 municipal drain contract labor. Adds up to about 47,000. There's no revenue comes in on that. I'm missing something there?
There's a small portion that's 17,500 from Grants Ontario. Um, That's depending on if there is a clean out, we may have be liable for a portion of that as
Mhm.
well for our share. But it's not fully grant fundable.
So there's nothing in this portion, that's just. So I guess there's no work to be done on municipal drains. I'm just trying to figure out why we'd have 31,000 in on as a contract. And the municipal drain expense at 15,000 without and not showing anything on contribution. Is that what? I'm just struggling with that. If we don't have any work, why are we contracting? Anybody? Or are we just paying a consultant 30,000 a year? To say that retainer, we have one on retainer.
Yeah, so the contract labor, that is for our drainage superintendent. So far this year, we've been billed for $8,500 of expenses. These services. I'm not aware of a big clean out at this point. We could possibly drop that.
With it being brought to light, what's staffing? Is it half of that?
I think you'd want to keep somewhere between 10 and 15 in there just for the regular drainage superintendent to go out. If there's a call, goes out, takes a look, investigates. Like I said, we've spent 8,500 so far this year in 2024.
So the revenue under tile drainage is 6793.
And tile drainage is different than municipal drainage. Tile drainage is we've given a loan to the farmer and the province gives us that money and we collect it off the farmer over 10 years.
Yeah.
So you'll see the tile drain, the principal and interest on the tile drain expense is offset by the tile drainage revenue that we collect off the farmer.
Mhm. But there's nothing, so a tile drainage. I guess where I'm going, we pay the full engineering for tile drainage to have a tile drainage.
Municipal drainage is different than tile drainage.
Yeah. But there's nothing in here for tile drainage superintendent.
We don't have a tile drainage superintendent. We have a municipal drainage superintendent.
You just told me they were different.
Municipal drains, a tile drainage does not, municipal drain superintendent does not inspect tile drainage.
So who's inspecting, who's doing our tile drainage?
The farmer provides us invoices for doing that work, getting his field tile drain. And he applies for a loan and we get a debenture out based on the province giving us the money. They can get up to $50,000 and the farmer pays the expenses for that and we give him a loan that we are to flow through from the province.
Correct. Okay. But we don't give a permit for any tile drainage, or we have
No,
no influence on it whatsoever. Conservation must do all of that great work for us.
Through Miracles, council's involvement in the tile drain process is that a bylaw would need to be passed. So there would be a report brought forward to council for that authorization to enter into a tile drainage loan with the farmer.
And that's all that we have dealing with that. And that's all that Harold McKnight ever used to do was municipal drain. And seeing as there's no permits needed for municipal drain cleanouts or anything anymore, we certainly, not under the Conservation Act anymore, there certainly hasn't. So, under the Drainage Act, requirement for an inspector, but that's what I'm saying, we've eliminated everything that's there, except we've got 31,000 in here for them. But I don't think that we certainly need that. Because that's total levy dollars, am I correct on that?
It's a net of 14,150. We do have planning or grant revenue that offsets the drainage superintendent of 17,500. So the net impact is 14,150.
But then there's 15,000 in for the municipal drain expense, 31,000 in, 17 off. So it's still about a $31,000 expense. $30,000 expense, but we're looking at that can probably be cut in half. So if the deputy mayor would take the chair, I'd make a motion that we clear 15,000 out of that municipal draining contract labor.
Next line, 5011, Miracles.
Yeah, the other one.
Okay. Everyone see that, or would like the motion that Miracles put forward before you get a second, or are we all clear? Okay, looking for a seconder to support that. Councillor Townsend, you're gonna support that as a seconder, sir? Anybody want the clerk to read that motion, or are we all clear? Comments or questions on it? See, now we'll call the vote. All those in favor? I want to see all council members in favor, none opposed. That motion is carried. Transfer back in. Okay, back to you.
Okay, anything else on planning? Joyce?
And this is for the director of finance, sorry. And maybe it's not under planning, but where's that line item for parks fee when, I'm not sure if it's through the building permit or whether it's through severance or, yeah, the severance proposals for that line item.
Parkland dedication fees, I think you're referring to. So those don't show up as revenues in here. We have to hold those aside. So they go into a separate bank account and are accounted for separately because they're an obligatory reserve that must be used for same as you don't see the development charges revenue in the building department revenue line item. Those go into a separate account and then can only be pulled out. And that's where when we use them, you'll see it transfer from development charges reserve because those monies are kept in a separate fund.
Okay. Anything else with planning? Economic development. Joyce, I think you had a comment about this way before lunch.
Well, I would propose that we remove the startup for September of 2025, but the clerk not recommended, but that we have to go through the proper procedure to have that removed. So I'm not sure who adopted it initially to have that retracted. So I'm going to rely on the clerk to give us that information.
I think what you're saying is we would need a motion to rescind prior budget motion. Jamie?
Three Miracles, as noted earlier in the meeting, this is a two-part motion that would be required. So the first one would be to rescind the motion to approve the Economic Development Officer business case as presented. If that's successful, then we would do a vote to reconsider the motion to forego including the Economic Development Officer in the 2025 draft budget. If that passes, then we can reconsider that and that item could be removed. So it's almost three steps. But step one would be rescinding resolution number S-241112-001.
Okay. Joyce?
Thank you. I'll go with that resolution.
Somebody that was in favor.
Anyway, the rescinding motion could be
Okay. Joyce moves that. Deputy Mayor will second that. Conversation, questions? Jeff?
For Jamie. Can you explain again what we are rescinding and what rescinding means?
Three Miracles, a motion to rescind wipes that motion from the books. So it's as if it never happened.
And why do we have to do that? Like the motion was to accept a business plan. Why do we need to accept the business plan to reconsider this position?
Three Miracles, the motion at the previous meeting was to approve the Economic Development Officer business case as presented. What that did was approved incorporating dollars into the budget to start the Economic Development Officer position in give or take September of 2025, and then have it fully funded through the 2026 budget. So that currently is embedded into the draft 2025 budget with that motion. So you said your mic's on.
You said there was then a second motion, which we would have to undo. Why was that first motion not sufficient to do the entire job? Why did we need to have a second motion originally?
So when the original motion was moved, the motion was moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Forrester that council forego including the Economic Development Officer in the 2025 budget. So by rescinding this motion, that's still outstanding and we need to deal with that. If council does want to forego it, we'd have to reconsider that motion and then vote on it again if council wants to forego including that into the budget. So it's a bit of a quagmire, I'll admit, but it's procedurally we have to undo what was previously done.
And so what are the two options in front of us right now? And what change will they affect?
Three Miracles. The motion on the floor right now is to rescind the motion to approve the Economic Development Officer business case as presented. If that's successful, we would then need a motion to reconsider foregoing, including the economic development officer business case as presented. If that motion is successful, we would then vote on whether or not we're foregoing the business case or not. So 3 parts.
And if the first motion is not successful, what happens?
Through your miracles, I would say that's up to council. If you wanted to reconsider that, that would be an option, although you could only reconsider that one time. So if it fails, then we'll go down path number 2, I suppose, and try to follow the bouncing ball, but I can walk you through that.
Yeah, the bouncing ball right now is to rescind the motion of the. Gotta be fine, yeah. It'll only confuse me more, but go ahead.
Through your miracles, the motion on the floor right now is that in consideration of the 2025 draft consolidated operating capital budget, council hereby rescinds resolution number S-241112-011, being a resolution to approve the economic development officer business case as presented.
Okay. Call the question. Nobody else, any clarification needed? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. So now that we need to reconsider, or sorry, not reconsider, rescind, motion to rescind. Go ahead.
Through your miracles, part 2, now that the motion to rescind the original motion has been disposed of and was carried, council can put forward a motion to reconsider a previously decided matter, being the motion that was defeated, which was foregoing the inclusion of the economic development officer in the 2025 draft budget. With that, a motion to reconsider a decided matter shall only be introduced by a member who voted with the majority on the original motion.
And do you know whom?
Through your miracles, we don't do recorded votes, so I can't say with any degree of certainty who voted with the majority. All I can note is that the deputy mayor moved the motion and Councillor Forster seconded it. So
All right. Question on procedure.
Yes, it is, and that is, okay, now if it's brought, a member brings forward that can do so, and it's not seconded, or anybody that was in favor of the motion that I brought forward in that last meeting there, I know who they were, that's fine, that supported it, it was defeated. How does a mover now won't get a second, or are we allowed, the ones from that, Jamie, if you will, to vote as a seconder? That you follow where I'm going? Okay, so okay. I moved, House Force seconded, called vote, it was 3 of us wanted to support it. It was 4 opposed, it was defeated. So now that removes myself, Councilor Forster, and the other individual that wanted to support that original motion that was again defeated. Councilor Noon brings it forward. Can one of the 3 of us be a seconder, is my question.
thank you. And through your miracles, that's much clear. Yes. So a motion to reconsider can only be introduced by a member who voted with the majority. Anybody else can second it.
Councillor Noon.
I so move part 2.
And the deputy mayor seconds that motion to reconsider.
Three Mayor Eccles, does anybody else want to be a clerk yet? Okay, so the motion on the floor then is that council hereby reconsiders resolution S 241112 010D, being a motion to forego including an economic development officer in the 2025 draft budget.
So this motion is to reconsider this. To put it back, basically, this moves to put it back on the floor.
Three Mayor Eccles, that is correct. So if this vote passes, then somebody could introduce a motion to forego including the economic development officer in the 2025 draft budget.
Correct. All right, everybody's fine with procedure? You can see why half of his wages are in property standards. I'll call the question. All those in favor of,
Motion to reconsider is done by a recorded vote.
yes, yeah.
Three Mayor Eccles, yes, it is a simple majority.
Simple majority, but it's recorded.
So three Mayor Eccles, to unpack that, if this is successful, we're back to square one from the previous budget meeting where the deputy mayor introduced the motion to forego and Councillor Forrester seconded. So we'd open that up for debate and discussion and then vote on that again. Correct.
All right,
So if council is ready, I will call the vote.
I would suggest the council is close to being ready. Mr. Shea, yeah.
So if this passes, then we are necessarily going to reconsider the exact same motion, not some other version of the motion.
Three Mayor Eccles, that is correct. It would be the exact motion that was presented originally.
Go ahead.
So just for clarity, in favor is to support bringing this back. Opposed is to just leave it and it's defeated, period. Is that where we're gonna be on land?
Through the mayor, that is correct. So if you vote in favor of reconsidering, you're voting in favor of opening up that original motion again for debate and discussion.
Okay. Take the vote.
Councillor Forrester.
In favor.
Councillor Townsend.
In favor.
Councillor Noon.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
In favor.
Councillor Shea.
No.
Councillor Hutchinson.
In favor.
Mayor Eccles.
Affirmative.
Resolution carries with 6 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay. So we're back to reconsidering. There's a motion on the floor to leave the Economic Development Office of the, out of the budget.
So the motion on the floor through Mayor Eccles is that in consideration of the 2025 draft consolidated operating and capital budget, council forgoes including an economic development officer in the 2025 draft budget.
I've moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchison, seconded by Councillor Forrester. Yeah, no, the motion to reconsider brings that motion back on the way it sits. Thank you. Any questions or comments on the motion as it sits on the floor at the present moment? Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, so I was willing to bring it back to the floor for discussion because I think we need to have further discussion. That's fine. I'm personally in favor of going forward. $30,000 is about 1/5 of 1%, based on our levy of 140. So it's not a lot. We're playing around with 12.6, 12.7, 12.4, which really comes down to it's 12%. And what that looks like overall in the tax, I don't know yet. I'd like to know, but Carrie will fit and get that figure for us eventually. So it's one of those things that we've talked about for a number of years now, this economic development position. And I think by going forward and getting it started is going in the right direction. Every year, the last few years, we struggled with where do we get the money to cover all our infrastructure, the costs of policing, everything else that we have to fund, staffing. And I think the only way we're going to do that is to start to use someone like an economic development person, someone who's going to help us get out there and push forward new commercial and industrial and residential, not only within, but on our borders. We have a lot of stress from the Grey Highlands area, from the Hanover area, from the Mount Forest area. I think by allowing development in those areas is going to help us to try to meet our budget going forward. I think we need to push forward. We need to, as Luigi, the consultant for the county said, we need to get ourselves shovel ready and ready for growth. And we're not ready for growth. We have some land in Newstead that we've been trying to get ready for development, and we still haven't got it ready. We need to get ourselves ready so that somebody comes knocking on the door, whether it's the county level or at our level, that we can get them going and we can generate some more funds. We struggle because our tax base doesn't allow us to do everything that we need to do. So we need growth. We need someone like an economic development person who can help us. And I'm sure our CAO will help us also because she has a lot of background in that area. So I'm in favor of it. I think it's a small budget increase. We're sitting at unless we come up with something major to change our budget, we're probably looking at a 12% budget increase. And I guess we live with it. So that being said, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Councillor Shea. Jeff?
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Hutchison. I think that we need a new approach to innovating within West Grey. We've sort of, since amalgamation, we've sort of been, trying this and that on sort of a haphazard basis. We bought some property across the road here to turn it into an industrial park, and then sold that, and then ended up buying the property next to it with the police stations. But it was all very unstructured, unplanned, without a vision. The point about developing industrial and commercial properties on our borders is really imaginative, I think. And there's opportunities there, especially for growing our tax base, that we could really be exploiting. I think it's time to invest. I think we have to make an investment. That means making a commitment. I think it's time to display a belief in the future of West Grey. And I think that that's what this person is going to do. They're going to help us create a vision of who we are that we can then sell to the rest of the world. There are people at the county level who we met the other day, and who take on West Grey, take on economic development on a county-wide basis. And it's possible that they could provide benefit to us. However, there have been people in that position for years and years, and we have not seen a significant economic development initiative or push happen within West Grey in that time. So even though I think we will work really strongly with our partners at West Grey, or with Grey County, I think that we have to take this initiative ourselves. And it feels to me like it's sort of now or never, because we've been talking about it so long. We were so close to doing it. We have a CAO who understands what this principle means, and we're in the exact right position to be doing this. If you were worried about the $30,000, and I think the proposal was to start in September. Maybe we move that to October or November. if that's what it's going to take to make this happen. But I think that this is a time when we need to invest in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend,
I agree with both Councillor Hutchison and Councillor Shea. I think this is a time we need to start looking ahead in West Grey, and this, if we turn this down, if we say no to this, again, it's just another example of kicking the can down the road, which has got us into 12% land as it is now. So the more we keep kicking the can down the road in this municipality, the further and further we're going to get behind, as we do with our bridges, as we do with our maintenance equipment for the roads and everything else. Is 12% pleasant? Not by any stretch of the imagination, but unfortunately, it's the position we're in. And when you look at the overall impact in municipalities in Grey County that we're in, we're sitting number 7 out of 9. That's why we're struggling, is because we've kicked the can down the road so long, and now we've got to play catch up. Municipalities that are ahead of us said, yes, they're charging more for taxation than we are, but they've also moved ahead, and their people in their municipalities have had to bite some bullets and pay that money. But we can't put it off any longer now. We have to start coming. This will be a big budget, and hopefully the one after it isn't, but you never know. We're in a catch-up phase in West Grey, I think. So I fully support keeping economic development in, because that will help us down the road in the future.
Joyce.
Thank you. I value what my 3 councillors provided, but I think we as council can have parcels of land shovel ready with our expertise of our CAO. I think when we think of Rockwood coming, with our new police station, with the ambulance center coming, like those were done, yes, within county and with council's decisions. I think we can help make more of those decisions to have available for industry. We can rely on our realtors and stuff to try to promote what's available here in West Grey. We still have opportunity to talk with our neighboring municipalities, how to make things grow with not having right now that position in place. I realize I was one all along too, that it's a need, but right now 30,000 in 2025, but then another 90,000 in 2026. I'd rather spend it right now on bridges and roads. There's the need right now for everyone in West Grey. But anyways, that's just my opinions. Thank you.
Anyone else? Tom? No, he'll go next.
Thank you, Mayor Eccles. Yeah, I appreciate everyone's comments here. Guess I sat back and I thought about this. What land do we have available right now? That's ready, future ready, shovel ready? None in my mind. I know I've been around in our industrial parks. That's a big thing there. Shovel ready. I said at EDAC up at the county, shovel ready, shovel ready. That's what they keep saying. We're not there. So, we can bring all we want here. We're not attractive because we don't have the infrastructure there right now for somebody to come into our community right away. What are we promoting? We don't even know what we're promoting. So that's another thing. I think we need to get a description around what is it we want to promote. And then when, we find the CEO can find somebody that's appropriate to actually meet up with or match up with what we're trying to envision ourselves as council. We have an idea, but we don't have anything there. The uncertainty of the hospital is another thing. How attractive are we right now until we get this taken care of? Grey County, tell you right now, if we had land available, we'd probably have somebody that would come right in here. I can tell you that because they've got a list of people who want to go. Same thing everywhere. No one has the property ready. The only one that did was in Southgate. And that's where they're very successful in that little the one park there, the Eco Park. Thank you, Mayor. It was very successful. They did the investment. The thing's pretty much filled up. So they had that vision. They did that investment and look at them. And some of that has come through Grey County as well as their own research. The only thing I can say is, again, I think we're looking at 30 grand for the 2025 budget. When 2026 comes, that's going to be a 90 plus in more, in all likelihood. And I'm thinking about, just like Councilor Newton said, we got bridges, culverts. Where are we going to transport these people? We've got no way to get it to, we're gridlocked because we got all this infrastructure closed around us. So I just think right now, I would rather see that we get our land ready, work on our infrastructure, get a solid plan in place and a description of what that person would do. That's how I feel. And that's why I'm opposing that this time. Thank you.
Scott? Oh. Yeah, if you could take the chair for a second.
Yeah, I'll take the chair. Go ahead.
We're shovel ready. That's what I keep hearing everybody saying. And no, we're not shovel ready. We're boundaries. And what does an economic development officer, going through the business plan of an economic development officer, from what I can see, is a promoter, is a salesperson of West Grey. We're not at the point of selling West Grey right at the present moment. Because we just don't have that to sell. To get shovel ready, I think we need to use the staff that we already have. We've got planning staff to be able to look and get things in place for what we need to do with the plant. We're going to need infrastructure, and that is that staff member right there, sitting on the end of that table, to get the infrastructure and get that ready. An economic development officer, I don't believe, is going to figure out how to put pipe in the ground and whatnot. Maybe would tell us we need some pipe in the ground, but isn't going to do that. We've got the staff that do that. The other factor is we've got, and just went through it, a community development officer. And we've got a CEO that has come with that background of economic development. We're going to put an economic development officer, and I heard one council member say, does we need more economic development? We need to diversify our tax revenue. I'm not sure what assessment value we would need to cover the cost of the economic development officer. $1 million? $1.2 million, $1.5 million of industrial carry? To get $90,000, $95,000 worth of industrial tax? No, it'll probably be more than that. We don't, I don't, at some point, maybe we will need it, but I'm looking around, and it was just a couple of weeks ago that we did a rebrand. Instead of hiring a consultant, we finally looked at ourselves and said, we've got somebody that's in-house that can do this, and did a tremendous job on it. I think instead of running outside and trying to find somebody to do a job that we're not ready for, and, quite frankly, do we really need? I'm going to challenge the CEO to say, let's identify staff that we have already here and put the challenge on that, from planning of where we want to go, which we have expertise in, infrastructure to get us ready for it, which we have an expertise in, and then community development officer, which I think we have expertise in. Once we get a little further down the road, and a CEO who has an absolute strong background in economic development. And for that reason, was the same reason I had before, I don't see West Grey being ready just to keep up to the Joneses, because The municipality to the west of us has one. Yeah, they can't find anybody because they're not ready, apparently. Municipality to the east of us has an economic development officer. Haven't seen much there for the fact that, you know, everybody wants to build in West Gray. The municipality to the south of us is exactly the same. In my point, yeah, we need to get a lot more in place before we find and hire on another staff member in here. Thank you. Continue with the chair and call a vote.
See, so, yes, I'm gonna transfer the chair back to you, Mayor Eccles, and, we're at that. Good, clerk?
No, you still can. Okay, anybody? Anything further? Jeffrey, once more.
I wondered if our CAO had anything to share on this subject.
Thank you. I don't want to minimize the importance of economic development. This is a long-term strategic approach that if council wants to ensure that we continue to thrive and prosper, I think economic development is critically important. As we heard at the county's Economic Development Leadership Forum 2 weeks ago, a thriving community and a thriving economy has 25 to 35% of its tax base from commercial and industrial. We have approximately 8%. We have a lot of work to do. Residential development, while it's lovely, cannot shoulder the burden of long-term sustainability for municipalities. So I think we have to be cautious related to that. The county has been a tremendous supporter of economic development, but where they are having the most uptake is where they have dedicated resources in the field doing all of that work for them. They'll give us the high level, but they walk away. Can I take it on? Sure, I can. And can we divide it up? But we do have capacity issues. I don't think I can put any more on our community development officer. So that's okay. Part of the reason we put this in the budget because it has been identified in the municipality's strategic plan for this year. We put it in at 3 from September onwards because we knew it would lessen the budget impact if council wanted to consider it for this year. I suspect, given that I don't think budget pressures will go away next year, if we don't approve it this year, even at a month for the year, I don't think it'll make the pass next year as well as my instinct, because I don't see budget pressures going away. So I think as a municipality, and we'll probably need to then look at our strategic plan, can we continue to have conversations with businesses? Absolutely can, but we will not be aggressively and progressively moving economic development forward. We will be more in a receptive, responsive manner, which doesn't always move the bar forward. So I would suggest that if it doesn't get past this year, we may want to come back and look at the strategic plan and consider taking it out and just having that embedded as part of our core function and what we are doing now with our the way we handle it now. I do believe there were some comments made about Southgate and what they've done. That was the longer term vision. I had the same comment when I worked in another place that asked, well, you should be doing, why did we miss these opportunities that Southgate had? Because Southgate planted their stake in the ground for those industrial lands years ago. It doesn't just happen over time. I would also argue that shovel-ready land does not need to be municipally owned land. It's working with your property owners in the area to determine what their long-term needs were. I just want to manage expectations here that we can continue. I admit, and I said, if I had to choose, I think for this corporation, a human resource is way more important. It doesn't minimize the importance of economic development, and it will just have to manage our expectations if council chooses not to move forward with this.
Thank you, Michelle. Any other comments? Call the question. This one's not on a recorded vote yet. The motion is to leave the economic development position out of the 2025 budget. All right, call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Anything else in economic development? Yeah.
Point of privilege. I have a 4 o'clock appointment. I'm gonna have to excuse myself. I'm not leaving on bad terms. I'm not storming out of the meeting.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Very good. Anything else in there? Yes, go ahead.
Through you to Director Mike, where, if we could have just a kind of a recap, please, and thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yep. So we are now at 11.4%. We've reduced the operating budget by 9.9, and the capital tax levy is down by 1.5%. That we have the Conservation Authority portions in and the WECI funding in. We've reduced the corporate legal by 25,000. We've removed the 1-ton truck. We've requested the Elmwood Fire to reduce their transfer to reserve by 75,000, which would impact West Gray by about 43,000. We have the increase in the fire revenues netting 16,943. And we increased the Normanby ice rental by 20,000. We reduced the municipal drain contract labor by 15,000. And we removed the economic development officer position for part of the year of 30,580. So our total levy increase is $1.657 million or 11.4%. On the arena ice rental, we had $20,000 additional revenue.
Okay. Down a bit. Anything else? In economic development? I mean, it is a transfer out of reserve. Last year, our CHIP program, community improvement for 2023 was 15,000. 2024, how much did we have there? We had 120,000 in there. 100,000 from ours and 20,000 from the county. The 20,000 is out. This year we have 100,000 coming out of reserve again. What did we spend in 2024?
To date, we're at 43,800.
Good.
What if we cut that in half and make it 50,000?
It won't have much effect. If I'm going to be correct in this, Carrie, it won't have any effect on the levy. The only place that will have effect on the levy is we say we can cut that back, taking only taking 50,000 out of the reserve. But there's another 25,000 in the bottom going into reserve. Am I correct in that?
That is, the 25,000 is an expense for entry or gateway signage, and that is being funded from the Economic Development Reserve.
There's nothing going into the reserve?
Correct.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, yeah. See that now. Thanks for the clarification, Carrie. Okay, Tom.
Thank you. I guess CIP, just so I'm clear on this, like, I know the county's out, we know that. And what was it, our uptake last year was the full complement that was available for the grants?
For 2024, so far, we've paid out 43,000, just over 43,800. I'm not sure if there's any further commitments, but I don't think we've committed the full amount.
So, and right now we're talking, extending that programming without the county support, but I guess my question is, like, have we capped that out? Maybe take a year off of it altogether and just, because we've been running, maybe 3 years we've been running it. I think it might have been last year, might have been, or this year might have been our third year. I'm just not sure, but if county wants to take a break, maybe we take a break because the uptake's there and there's not, we've got most of the people have taken advantage of it.
I guess the biggest thing is it doesn't, because it's coming out of reserve, it's not gonna have any effect. If we keep 100,000 in there and we only spend 50, the 50 goes back into reserve at the end of the year. You reconcile.
Yeah, and I understand that. I'm just saying to even offer that program though, are we better off just to hold this money or, even Councilor Hutchison, a good chunk of it back in case something comes up that's another economic driver that we find in 2025 that we can maybe tap in. We don't know what's coming before us because there's going to be some different things that are out there. So I'll leave it at that. I just think the CIP, I think it's run its course with it now because I think this is the third year. So,
Yeah. And the other factor is without knowing what is in that reserve.
At the end of 2023, you have just over 408,000. So this year, I think we still had the county for 2024.
Yes.
So we'd be taking, say, 23,800 if that's what we've got out of there right now, without looking at have we also committed and projects just haven't been completed. But assuming everything's just about done, then we'd have 23,000 out of that reserve in 2024, so we'd be down to 385,000. Like I said, barring any other commitments that might be a little bit out there without looking at that.
You can't make any difference on that.
And then we're committing 25,000 for gateway signage in 2025 to come from that reserve. So we're 360 and then committing 100,000 to CIP. So you'd be down, if it was a full uptake, to 260 in that reserve at the end of 2025.
If there was full uptake. There's never, past 2 years, there's been nothing. Yeah. There's nowhere near that, so. I really figure there'll still be at least 300,000 in that reserve at the end of 2025. All right. Cemetery, that's pretty much a dead budget. It is a balanced budget, 0% increase. Anything else? There is only one other spot. We committed 300,000 to bridge and culvert. Is 300,000 the right number? You want to make any effect, that's in there, 300,000. Is there any concerns or thoughts that that may be too much? If you want to make a cut, that would be one. Tom, thoughts?
My thought is personally, it's not enough, but I'm not prepared to go anymore, but we're gonna need it, and we're gonna need it desperately, probably every year moving on from now on and on and on till eternity, but I looked at that too, but I think it's very important we have that. And when opportunity comes around in 2025, and you know, we may be able to, depending after we're done in February, maybe we can get a hit a couple structures. We've got that kind of sitting aside. Well, hopefully we can.
Well, the 300,000 will be what? 12-inch, or maybe we can get a 16-inch culvert. 3 of them for that. Okay,
Based on just what we think we know, but there's just lots of options out there, sir.
yep. Okay. Is there anything else? Tom, you got?
Well, as unpopular as it may be with the number that we're at, I would be prepared to make a motion that I'm sure the clerk has it, that we I guess we have a moment with this. It's not popular, 11.4, but we'll, yeah.
Prepare the budget.
Prepare the budget as whatever, I don't know.
Through your miracles, I do have a motion. If council's satisfied with where the budget is right now, the motion would be that in consideration of the 2025 draft budget, council 1 approves the 2025 draft budget in principle, and 2 directs staff to bring forward a bylaw to adopt the 2025 budget.
That's what you moved, Mr. Hutchison. Very good. Have a mover on that budget number. Seconder? Councillor Forrester. That this motion certainly doesn't preclude staff from finding a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow somewhere. And offsetting this. Okay, any other further comments on the motion? You say we were at 11.4, 11.39,
11.4 approximately, 9.9 on operating, 1.5 on capital.
All right. Inflationary options. Going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Any absent? Mr. Shea. That motion is carried. Thank you very much. We need one more. There's a bylaw to endorse today's proceedings. Moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Noon. Confirm the proceedings. I hope everybody noticed that nice little branding at the top of that bylaw. Motion bylaw has been moved, seconded. Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. With all items addressed on the agenda, thank you. Thank you to staff. It's not much fun. Oh. Well, some people might you know, really enjoy doing budgets and think it's fun, but it's tough.
We're not adjourned.
So we
Sorry.
stand adjourned.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,